just like Obama. He's just like every bad politician you've ever met. Right? This is a lazy argument because it doesn't matter at the end of the day if Zora Mamdani is a really nice guy, if he's really honest, if he's got integrity and character. That's a less interesting conversation than a conversation of how will he succeed and how will he fail, because he's gonna fail. He's gonna fail a lot. He'll succeed in important ways, and every time he succeeds, it's something that has to be proclaimed. It has to be empowered. People have to retain their level of hope about the good things. The good things. My voice is giving out. But at the end of the day, there will be failures. Everybody loves to say, I'll critique him after the election. Before the election, I don't want to critique him. Well, the election happened. Where's the accountability? Let's see it. Everybody needs to be stepping up to the plate and carefully, not recklessly, thoughtfully, carefully critiquing him. Understanding that he can't do everything by himself and things are not going to change all at once. And there's a lot of ways in which your critiques of Zora Mamdani can be manipulated against you. Can and will be used against you in a court of law. Not in a court of law necessarily, but yeah. But you still got to critique him. You still got to hold him accountable. You still got to boost the articles that talk about the ways in which his administration will definitively fail. You still got to do it. And you got to be open to the fact that at the end of the day, no, we don't know what he's capable of. We don't know what kind of guy he is. If I were to guess, I would say he seems like a pretty chill guy. Seems nice, friendly, like he actually cares about helping, whether or not you agree with his policies. I'm sure if you had a one-on-one conversation with him, you would be like, this guy's really chill, smart. I like him. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We're talking about how he's potentially effective as a politician, as a mayor. That's what must be cared about. So those are my points for and against, essentially. But so to speak, it's just, again, points about what positives we should be looking at and then what caution and negatives we should be looking at. Again, look into his relationship with the NYPD, the apology he made about the NYPD being a racist institution. Look into the different appointees that he's making. There's reason for concern. There's also reason to understand that, okay, you know, he's trying to get some continuity. He has to build some level of coalition with the people that are already working. Sure, there's reason to be concerned. Now I want to make 3 last points about online political discourse, because I don't want to just tell people to shut up or call people names on the internet. But I also do not want to keep having these kinds of discussions, because frankly, it always goes in these counterproductive directions. And that's why I try to focus on a multitude of conversations, a multitude of issues that can help allow me to educate people. Because every time I talk about politics, it ends up being a conversation about what Lenin said in 1918 or a conversation about how XYZ is COINTELPRO, XYZ is a sellout. It's like online leftists, you know, you want to be left critical, you want to be critical thinkers and intellectualists, pro-intellectualism. It's not giving sometimes. And we have to be better about how we discuss these things, right? So my first point is no more dogmatizing leftist terminology. No more doctrining. No more like doctrinal thinking. What do I mean by that? The amount of times over the past 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months I have seen people use terms like electoralism, entryism, imperialism. It actually just kind of is, it makes me really uncomfortable. Like, it's always giving. I read about this term like yesterday. A YouTuber that I like made a video about this term. They have a hammer and sickle in their profile picture. Therefore, that's what this is. You can't just be like pro or anti-electoralism. I'm sorry. These things matter. They're a territory. Through which you can facilitate a lot of political education, you can facilitate a lot of organization, even if your stance entirely is elections will not get us what we need. You should still be engaging with elections and electoral politics. And the amount of times that people have had this very dogmatic takeaway from the past however long that we've been talking about elections, of electoral politics doesn't work, it's just bizarre to me. Because a lot of these same people will be the same like people that are like uncritical support for Venezuelan government, you know, or you know, a lot of them are pro-China people. And it's like, I don't understand how that works. So you're against social democrats in the US, but you're like pro-Chinese, like socialism with Chinese characteristics. And then they're like, you don't understand because it's the US and their imperial bloc and the US hegemony that causes them to do all the bad things that they do. It's just like, I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we got so uncritical. Elections happen. When you are conducting a war for people's minds, when you are conducting a campaign to build intellectualism, to build solidarity, to build organizations, you can't just leave certain territories wide open, because then the right claim them. You can't just avoid engaging with everything that you think is dogmatic or like inherently fascist, because that's not how it works. You just leave it for the fascists. So getting engaged with the elections as they exist, even if that means for a non, big two party, even if that means just I refuse to vote for any Democrat, I wouldn't agree with you on that front, because there are certain points in which it's worth it materially, again, for the people we're actually supposed to care about. But there's also a great point to be made about how ultimately futile it must be to be working with the Democratic Party, right? Regardless, however you engage with electoral politics, engage with them pragmatically. And the same thing goes for terms like entryism. Entryism never works. Never works. Entryism? What are we talking about? You think that this electoral situation maps onto... Oh my god, shut up with the notifications. You think that this electoral situation maps onto the same ones from, like, I don't know, 70s Brazil? Like, what? The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are the only two parties that gain any amounts of institutional support. Everything is focused on them. So you're either going to be engaging with those things by critiquing them, or you're going to be engaging with them to some degree from the inside. Entryism is not something that just has a flat 100 to 0 ratio of outcomes. There are positives and negatives. There is a possibility that you can build larger political blocs that are critical of the Democratic Party through elections in the Democratic Party. And I have the evidence now, because Zoran Mamdani just won the mayoral race. Right? So if we want to be pragmatic about one thing, let's be pragmatic. Let's not just use terms that are dogmatic. One more point about this before I get to my next point. Some people call Zoran Mamdani a liberal Zionist, and this is where y'all got me messed up, because it's like, for someone to not be hard enough on Israel does not make them a Zionist. Sometimes y'all are letting the Norman Finkelstein brain like take over a little bit too much. Zoran Mamdani, you can say he's not an anti-Zionist. I don't think he's an anti-Zionist. He has called himself an anti-Zionist prior to the election. He's obviously backed away from those things for particular reasons. But he still had a stance of Israel only deserves to exist as a state with equal rights. He has still been clear about having an anti-apartheid stance and an anti-genocide stance in Israel. That is not a Zionist stance. It might not
度の信念ご覧あれなのだわ。どこだろうと君がいる場所ならいいの。
満月の光を頂戴すること許されよ。
私は勝者に尻尾を振るのさ。欲しいのは情報かい？それとも私？欲しいのは情報かい？それとも私
？Not be radical enough for you, it's not radical enough for me. But that's not Zionism. Do you understand what I mean? Zionism is literally, it's many things, frankly. There's a lot of types of Zionism. But it is, at its core, literally the belief that a Jewish state should exist. It is the belief that a religious and essentially ethno-state must exist for the sake of, you know, global Jewish folks. Okay? So Zohar Mamdani, no, is not a liberal Zionist. It doesn't matter. I guess that it's compelling to say that sometimes. Whatever, I'll let y'all have it after this. But if we're caring about the meaning of terms, especially from a historical perspective, that's not the way. That's not the best way to conduct it. I would advocate people say things instead like, Zohar Mamdani is not an anti-Zionist. Zohar Mamdani is not harsh enough against the Zionist regime. Zohar Mamdani is cozy with liberal Zionism, right? Brad Lander, somebody that he, you know, the comptroller who he combined his campaign with because of ranked choice voting. He describes himself as a liberal Zionist and has clearly more pro-Zionist takes than Zohar Mamdani does. Like, does that make sense? So, terms, okay? A lot of y'all throw terms out there. You just say them. You just throw them out there. And it's like, they do mean things. You can't just start saying them. Is it, am I getting too worked up over nothing? I just find that to be a really annoying phenomenon. My second point. Nothing has ever been accomplished by judging people. All the communists that you look up to from the past and present, they were not, their jobs were not like, I'm gonna go into the public forum and then call a bunch of people libs for a couple hours. That was not what they did. They built coalitions. They did the work of trying to convince people to believe in a different project. They built that project. They fed people. They housed people. They ran free clinics. Free clinics, okay? They were not just people who sat around and called people libs. They were not just people who sat around and said, haha, poo-poo, you people are so stupid. That's not effective. Okay, so many people will do this because it's the internet, and this is a place where people go and they're frustrated and they vent about things that bother them. And that's just a part of how things go. Okay, that's a part of how things go. But I just want you to know that that's not, you're not doing anything. And I want you guys to all be critical of that, because sometimes those people can sway our opinions a little bit too much. We can be a little bit too afraid of thinking critically. We can be a little bit too afraid of being not radical enough. And then we void our critical thinking skills. You know, we have people advocating for regimes without offering any statistics, like even outside of government, like even government run statistics about the country. Like, I'm not going to get into too many details, but we've mentioned Venezuela, we've mentioned China, whatever. All in the sake of, like, I want to be anti-US hegemony, I want to be radical, I want to be against US imperialism. And then we just end up facilitating a bunch of rich people's agenda in a different country because it sounds radical. You know, we end up being against unions because they're imperial and they're going to consist of the labor aristocracy in the United States. So nobody should unionize. Oh, okay. I wonder who's going to benefit from that. You know? Think productively a little bit. That's my take. Not everybody's gonna agree. Yes, sometimes you do need to dunk on people and call them libs. I've done it before. Let's just get a little bit more critical thinking, okay? And let's understand that, like, okay, if we can count, you know, whether it's camps in a different country or whether it's like political blocks that exist in the United States, if we can understand that nobody's perfect, then we can focus on what's useful and what's not. That's the big takeaway, right? Last point. Stop dismissing cultural issues. Be active, and also I'll open up for questions after this point. So if you have any questions or anything you want me to address really quick, just leave something in the chat. Stop dismissing cultural issues. Be active and curious in your solidarity for marginalized people. Otherwise, they will be left out of your socialist project and it'll be doomed. There's a lot to be said about how Zoran Mamdani continuously advocated for affordability. He kept the focus on the affordability aspect of his campaign. That's very true. He kept the focus on bread and butter issues. That's very true. He kept the focus on, here are my policies to address housing and cost of living. Very true. Do you know what else that Zoran Mamdani did? He did videos championing different marginalized communities in in New York City. Trans folks, queer folks, people of different ethnic backgrounds. He spoke different languages. Literally spoke different languages. Okay? He outwardly called in people into a group and pronounced solidarity for them and acknowledged their marginalization. And a lot of you can make this mistake in being too focused on the very real phenomenon of elite capture and assimilationist policies and the failures and the neoliberalism of DEI and all that. It's easy to forget that cultural issues are usually issues that actually matter to people, but we just don't care about them. Does that make sense? You know, incorporating hip hop, Wu-Tang Clan, as part of his campaign, right? Even just the different aesthetic choices that he made. All of these things were carefully thought out to branch out into different cultural realities. And just as a small thing, it's really important to care about those things. It's something I've been harping on a lot recently on these streams and on my side channel, because every single time I talk about something that happens in pop culture, with a celebrity here or with a social issue there's always a guy who's like, this doesn't matter. Talk about things that actually matter, like socialism. Well, your socialism isn't going to happen if you don't care what's happening to little black girls in high schools. Okay? So those are my points. I'm now going to look at the chat really quickly, and then I'm going to sign off. Amelia Bennett. God, these people do realize labor aristocracy isn't something that was coined to mean evil bourgeois proletariat. It's a very difficult thing to actually apply sometimes, these really important terms and ideas. And so we turn them into jargon, we turn them into dogma, we grind them into dust. Culture war divides. It does. I guess talk about people as if they hear you. Like, would your shit-lib cousin appreciate being called a shit-lib? Then maybe don't use the term broad strokes publicly. Shokosugi, that's a pretty solid point. Nobody's going to be a part of your coalition if you keep shitting on everybody. Is my audio cutting out? Let me know, guys. It should be okay on the recording at least. Intersectionality matters. Yanni says the Zapatistas talk about how important it is to build culture outside the capitalist system, and part of that is critiquing cultural issues. 1000%. Class reductionism is really important when we talk about political action. That's what no war but class war means. It means the things you think aren't going to mean shit if you're not willing to unionize about it. If you're not willing to strike about it. Only through fighting classes and studying class structure can you understand how to undermine the system. And also, let me be clear off the jump that this is not a apology video on Usha Vance's behalf. This is not going to be apologia for her. This is not going to be me declaring my sympathies. I'm not going to be one of the people that's on TikTok comments right now saying, oh, Usha should get back at him, JD meaning, by teaming up with Kamala Harris as her vice president for the 2028 presidential run. I'm not allergic to political savvy, as some people are, who might think that that's a good idea. I'm not on the Kamala train, and frankly, I think Kamala Harris has some pertinence in this conversation as we get into it a bit more. But there is a tragedy going on here. There is something a bit tragic going on, and I think it's okay to admit that. Because when we're talking about the tragedy, we're talking about a big picture problem. It's particularly an affliction faced by immigrant families who want to give their kids a better life and escape the doldrums, the difficulties, the danger of, global south in the 20th century, and end up depoliticizing their children, putting their children on these pipelines for personal achievement, academic success, career success, and in the process, actually leave their kids with a lot of issues in terms of understanding their place in the world. And I can't speak for Usha Vance in terms of what her family situation was like, but I know that she did not necessarily see herself 10 or 20 years ago being the second lady of the United States under a fascist conservative regime. But this path of being depoliticized, of not having a political education, of not being outwardly progressive, and of thinking of moving up the ladder and having career success and a stable PMC, professional managerial class life, has put her on this path where now ultimately she is in what appears to be a really miserable position. And yeah, again, a lot of this is her fault, frankly. But I think we should take some time to analyze why people get in positions like these. And it's not something that just affects immigrant folks. You could be from America, you could be living in the place of your birth, or you could be living, in the place of your, ethnic homeland or whatever the fuck, and still be dealing with these issues, because it's ultimately a symptom of neoliberal re-education, of depoliticization, of emphasizing to people that the only thing that they should focus on is their individual achievement, is going to school, getting a great job, having the big title, and even at the cost of their own humanity, even at the cost of their ability to have a connection to their own community, even at the cost of putting themselves under great public scrutiny. So that's where we're at. Lucifer's persona worded it really beautifully. Teaching your kids to become the boot on the neck you're running from is really heavy. Genius stuff, right? That's a really great comment. Yanni says the vast majority of us born citizens have no idea how strong the assimilation is when you're an immigrant to this country, especially as a child. I mean, there's a reason why a lot of the high achievers in the United States are immigrants, not just Asian immigrants, not just East Asian immigrants, South Asian, African immigrants who come from these middle-class families, going to the United States with some level of capital, but not that much, and building a life academically, building a life, building a career. I myself am born of immigrant parents, and I know what it's like to have a household that essentially, if not espousing conservative beliefs outright, pushes you down a conservative pipeline because it teaches you not to pay attention to progressive issues, to keep your head in the sand, to avoid getting into danger or sympathizing too much with the oppressed, and to focus on just being somebody who is respectable in society. All that preamble aside, why don't we talk a little bit about why this conversation is happening? I'm sure you've heard that Usha and JD Vance are not doing great right now. A lot of this is rumors, of course. This isn't stuff that people are declaring on their Twitter pages necessarily. And a lot of this stuff is like, let's say, not the heaviest of scrutiny, right? We're kind of making assumptions. Usha Vance did not dress up for Halloween. JD Vance dressed up as the meme of him with the hair. You know it. You hate it. JD Vance dressed up as the meme of him with the hair. You know it. You hate it. His kid's also dressed up. And people are asking questions. Why did Usha not dress up? Well, this is especially under scrutiny because there have been recent headlines about JD Vance and his relationship with the recently widowed Erica Kirk. In case you missed it or forgot, here's Erica Kirk talking under scrutiny because there have been recent headlines about JD Vance and his relationship with the recently widowed Erica Kirk. In case you missed it or forgot, here's Erica Kirk talking about JD Vance introducing him at a TPUSA event. For one, I don't think it's controversial at this point to say that she doesn't seem like she's sincere at all in her emotions. I don't want to be body language doctor guy. I know some people don't necessarily produce a lot of tears. But like if you look at the facial expressions, the like pained pausing, it just seems like a person who like is auditioning for the high school play and is like trying to convey emotion in their audition scene. So you're going through all the usual like performative, I'm pretending to cry shit. That's what it feels like to me.
Do it for Charlie. Do it for Charlie.
Do it.
And I am tremendously blessed and honored tonight to be able to introduce to you a very, very dear friend and his wife. They are incredible. No one will ever replace my husband. No. But I do see some similarities of my husband in JD and Vice President JD Vance. I do. And that's why I'm so blessed to be able to introduce him tonight, because he understands the fight that we're up against. And he can articulate that in a way that transcends race, that transcends demographic backgrounds.
Does it?
He's an amazing man. So please help me welcome to the stage Vice President JD Vance.
So that's the preamble, and she's like, he no one will replace my husband, but, you know, interesting wording. He has the qualities of Charlie. And then JD Vance goes to the stage.
I am honored.
Did we miss this? Here we go. Ugh. I mean, look. Are you not entertained? Look, I'm not going to say that this is like red-handed, you guys are cheating, I caught you, indisputable evidence. It just looks kind of sus. Everything Erica Kirk has been doing in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death has looked pretty sus. There is a significant chance that none of this means anything. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The level of political scheming that these people are capable of, the amount of like underground grooming that goes into this with modeling agencies under Donald Trump, the amount of performative politics, the amount of focus on views and numbers and culture shifting and all these other delusions that these people put themselves, you know, under, all that shit makes it so that when they do anything sus, you're immediately inclined to think, yeah, they're definitely doing the worst possible thing. It's not like this was the only moment that has led us to think JD Vance might be disillusioned in his marriage, or at the very least uncomfortable in his marriage. It's not as if JD Vance, for one, hasn't proven that he will change his morals and his rhetoric at the drop of a hat. It's not as if JD Vance hasn't proven to us that, you know, he can be the hillbilly elegy guy in 2016 who talks about, you know, the perils of the rise of Trump. All the while, the guy in 2016 who talks about, you know, the perils of the rise of Trump. all the while lying about his savoir-faire in Appalachia as a young man in a poor background. It's not as if he hasn't proven that he lies about this shit. It's not as if he hasn't proven to be a snake and a careerist and an opportunist over the past 8-9 years as he's risen to this position. Moreover, we've been hearing rumors for a while about JD and Usha not exactly doing great. Just as a reference, a while ago, Usha Vance was rumored to have snapped at JD Vance in public. Divorce rumors kept piling up. This is actually from, it's Suzanne Lambert on Instagram.
Y'all, this was the wrong text for me to get when I'm 2 glasses of white wine in. Cheers, because I'm feeling messy. But apparently, so are JD Vance and Usha. Their marriage is in trouble and someone needs to tell Jack Schlossberg. I just got this text from my friend who is staying at a very nice place, redacted for obvious safety reasons. And apparently, JD Vance and Usha had also been there recently. My friend said despite it being in a super conservative rural area, most of the staff of this place are liberal twinks. Love that. And they were down to give the tea, honey. Oh my god. But to absolutely no one's surprise, they were rude and miserable both to the staff and to each other. So I can officially add them to my list of confirmed Republicans who are rude to wait staff. So they were fighting at dinner, which, like, number one, messy. My grandma always said you never ever gossip or fight in public, and especially not in a public restroom, because you never know who's in there. Keep that in mind. But apparently Usha said this is what our life should actually be like, and he, to no surprise to anyone, was just like a little meager beaver like me, I know, which confirmed.
So Usha Vance is yelling at JD Vance in public. This is what our life should be like, as they're at this nice hotel. If you don't know their story, they went to law school together at Yale. And this is in this period of time where JD Vance is hillbilly elegy guy. I have this interesting story. I'm from Appalachia and I definitely have hillbilly street cred. I have this interest in politics, but I want to bring people together more than I want to tear people apart. I'm actually writing a book, and in 2017 my book will get adapted into a film, which portrays JD Vance and Usha Vance. There's somebody who plays Usha Vance in the movie, right? So this is one of multiple things. There were also rumors that Usha Vance was not happy with JD Vance getting the vice presidency nomination and told him not to receive it. Some people are commenting on her appearance, because why not comment on a woman's appearance? It's all we do on the internet, right? That's just a part of society. But there are people that have noted that she looks like she's aged significantly to receive it. Some people are commenting on her appearance, because why not comment on a woman's appearance? It's all we do on the internet, right? That's just a part of society. But there are people that have noted that she looks like she's aged significantly over time. These are the kinds of things that have surrounded their marriage for a while. And so, yes, a lot of this stuff is pretty light and tentative. But I want to particularly bring attention to, I think, the main reason why people are extra sus on JD Vance. Obviously, as you know, the MAGA coalition is a very white supremacist one. There's a lot of white supremacist Christian nationalist sentiment that drives the base of this political coalition. And in particular, a couple of days ago, JD Vance gave a speech right around when he also did this suspicious hug with Erica Kirk, saying that he does want his wife to become Christian.
Fair to say that she grew up in a Hindu family, but not a particularly religious family in either direction. In fact, when I met my wife, we were both, I would consider myself an agnostic or an atheist, and that's what I think she would have considered herself as well. Everybody has to come to their own arrangement here. The way that we've come to our arrangement is she's my best friend. We talk to each other about this stuff. So we decided to raise our kids Christian. Our 2 oldest kids who go to school, they go to a Christian school. Our 8-year-old did his first communion about a year ago. That's the way that we have come to our arrangement. The only advice I can give is you just got to talk to the person that God has put you with, and you've got to make those decisions as a family unit. For us, it works out. Now, most Sundays, Usha will come with me to church. As I've told her, and I've said publicly, and I'll say now in front of 10,000 of my closest friends, do I hope eventually that she is somehow moved by the same thing that I was moved in by church? Yeah, I honestly do wish that, because I believe in the Christian gospel, and I hope eventually my wife comes to see it the same way. But if she doesn't, then God says everybody has free will, and so that doesn't cause a problem for me. That's something you work out with your friends, with your family, with the person that you love. Again, one of the most important...
So you get the picture. JD Vance, using diplomatic language, is saying, yeah, of course, as a Christian, I hope my wife eventually sees the light and becomes a Christian, but I won't judge her for that, and God has a plan, and da-da-da-da-da. I have also seen, April, that Hindu nationalist groups are mad at this, realizing that MAGA people are not their allies. A lot of the coverage that has been of this has been from, more Hindu nationalist affiliated publications, in which the comment sections are like, you see, the West thinks that they're so superior to us, but look, the Abrahamic faiths are XYZ, and then they'll tie it into hating Muslims. It's a whole thing. I think it is Abrahamic faiths or XYZ, and then they'll tie it into hating Muslims. It's a whole thing. I think it is a quite disrespectful thing to publicly say, or to say in private to your partner, yeah, I do hope you convert to Christianity. I get that some people are like, well, you know, that's just part of being in a religious faith. That's just what it's like. It's one of those things that's almost just so outdated, and especially like doesn't convene to like what we talk about in secular spaces, that it's hard to understand. But one of the things that really fascinates me about this is that Usha, who is not a very public person, has been praised by many on the especially more moderate right as somebody who is a representative for women everywhere, for mothers everywhere, somebody who is well behaved, quote unquote, somebody who is an educated role model of a person. And JD and Usha's marriage has previously been talked about, again in these moderate right-wing spaces, as an exemplar of interfaith marriage. I just need you to go with me here for the next 30 minutes because I don't think I'm going exactly in the direction that you think I am. But I also think that we have ample reason to kind of get critical of people and their performances of grief, men and women. This is something that I have given plenty of men shit for in the past. If you'll recall, I've had multiple streams talking about the outpouring of sympathies and anti-violence sentiment from even left-leaning or apolitical people. I talked about, you know, Charlie, the moist critical guy. I talked about multiple people doing that. I am also going to take a critical eye to Erica Kirk's behavior and demeanor as she peddles white nationalist rhetoric with a bunch of her white nationalist friends and dangles her marriage and her widowship with Charlie Kirk as a carrot in front of these hordes of people, as something that can put her in this position of this, you know, Christian wife superstar position at this head of Turning Point USA.
He understands the fight that we're up against. Do it for Charlie.
This is obviously performative politics because these are politicians. And that's why it's not the same thing as if I were trying to scrutinize some sort of celebrity, some sort of famous woman who's just an artist, who's just a writer, about how they're grieving their husband. I know it's sensitive and I know that it can definitely delve into misogyny. I've seen it done in several spaces online. I have plenty of issues with the online left. It's not something that you can just say, feminism says this should be done. That's not how feminism works. Feminism is a very rich tradition in which many scholars disagree. In fact, it is the fact that she is performing this gendered performance of grief that is mobilizing people to support her on the far right in furthering these policies that are ultimately anti-woman. And yeah, it's going to look a little bit sus when you're doing that and you're not exactly doing it in a way that looks convincing to people. And at the same time, you're christening this man who is in this very controversial interfaith marriage within the right wing as somebody who is much like your husband, and then giving him a weirdly intimate hug. That's not to say that she doesn't feel any grief, but I would never critique your average woman about how she looks like when she's grieving, but I will critique Erica Kirk. Anyway, where were we? I will say that this is a fascinating development in the JD Vance, Usha Vance relationship because prior to this, a lot of right-wingers and centrists, especially ones who are not Trump supporters, have looked at their marriage as a great example of an interfaith marriage and have looked at Usha Vance as this great role model. In particular, I was watching this interview that Usha did with Meghan McCain. You guys know who Meghan McCain is, right? Daughter of John. She's also an avid anti-Trump right-winger. She's somebody who wants to bring back the sort of decorum and dignity that she proclaims her father brought to the table with the Republican Party. You should look up John McCain Bomb Iran for some more context on that. But here are particular parts of this interview that I thought were interesting. And they're talking about how JD Vance, who was atheist when Usha and he got married, when they met, everything, converted to Catholicism and what that process was like for them.
Well, at the time when I met JD, he wasn't a Catholic. He converted later. And when he converted, we had a lot of conversations about that because it was actually after we had our first child. Maybe it was after Vivek was born, too. I'm having trouble placing the date now. But of course, when you convert to Catholicism, it comes with several important obligations, like to raise your child in the faith and all of that. And we had to have a lot of real conversations about how do you do that when I'm not Catholic and I'm not intending to convert or anything like that. So I actually think it was really helpful thing to happen because we were obligated to have those conversations as a part of his conversion. And it felt like I could be a part of it and have some, say over the way that the direction our lives were going.
And she says that, but, JD Vance, for one, he's not necessarily converting to Catholicism like anybody might convert to a different religion. That's an important part of this, right? JD Vance converts to Catholicism en route to becoming a major Christian nationalist politician. You would have to be very naive to think that there were not significant political implications on the way, especially seeing how JD Vance has leveraged his Catholicism as something that makes him the person that he is, as having these Christian values, as having seen the light, right? And they raised both of their children in the Catholic faith. That's the decision that they made. Usha's still, polite as she is, saying, oh, well, I had the opportunity to have some say in this. But imagine the horror. You go to law school, Yale Law School. You're just trying to make it. You're just trying to build up this big fancy career in bipartisan, centrist political law work, legal work. And you've got this man with you who makes you laugh, who's got like this pretty centrist, center-right political affiliation, seems nice, he's atheist. And then all of a sudden, he's building this political career, he's putting out this book, and then he's converting to Catholicism after you've had one, perhaps two children. I just want this video in part to be a referendum on getting the divorce. Get the divorce. Don't worry about leaving the kids. Don't worry about abandoning the kids. Get the divorce. Women out there, if you're watching this, get the divorce. Some of y'all are not even women that need to hear this. Just keep that in mind. Second of all, it's really startling because you see that she handles herself with this composure, and you see that when you hear her talk, she's like the model of what your parents wanted you to be, especially if you're an immigrant kid like me. Like, she went to Yale Law School, she married, she got into, this very powerful relationship, and she has all this dignity. She doesn't speak very much, and when she does, she speaks politely and with decorum. This is the kind of person your mom wanted you to be, Evelyn. And yet, look at the position she's found herself in. If you think critically about it, it's really kind of a nightmare. It's really kind of a tragedy in that she's done all the right things according to the manual we were given. And it's put her in this position where her husband has turned into this monster. And of course she has some culpability in that for not saying no, for not turning away, for not being discerning, for not caring about politics, and turning away from all the possibilities, even at the beginning of the relationship, that this guy you met in Yale Law School, this white man who clearly is a little bit in over his head and a little bit precocious and using his background to a certain degree, often manipulating people about it. Think about, I don't even know where I was going there. But as Lucky Girl says in the chat, you don't marry any version of JD Vance without being right-wing. And it's worth noting that this Usha Vance is also somebody who worked under Brett Kavanaugh and worked under John Roberts for a year or so. She worked at a firm, though, that had some progressive values and at one point was a Democratic Party voter up until 2016 when her husband really gets involved in politics. So you have this person who doesn't really care about politics, doesn't really care about progressive values, only focuses on what's important. And again, look at the position it's put her in. Let's continue the answer.
So what we've ended up doing is we send our kids to Catholic school, and we have given them each the choice, right? They can choose whether they want to be baptized Catholic and then go through the whole step-by-step process with their classes in school. And so far, our oldest child has done that, and we'll see what our second child does.
Do you think that's really a choice? I went to Catholic
whole step-by-step process with their classes in school. And so far, our oldest child has done that. Is we send our kids to Catholic school, and we have given them each the choice, right? They can choose whether they want to be baptized Catholic and then go through the whole step-by-step process with their classes in school. And so far, our oldest child has done that, and we'll see what our second child does.
Do you think that's really a choice? I went to Catholic school as a kid, up until the point where I had to do my confirmation and I just noped out of it because it was extra work and I was lazy. I was doing all the Catholic shit too. I was doing my confessions, I was eating a little piece of bread, I was doing all that stuff because my parents wanted me to go to this school. They weren't even Catholic themselves, they were Christian. They wanted me to go to Catholic school because it had a certain level of esteem. Your kids, the children of, mind you, the Vice President of the United States, who is constantly proclaiming the importance of Christian values and who converted to Catholicism very famously, they don't really have a choice. You're not putting them in Catholic day school and Hindu night school. You're not putting them in a public school and giving them the same level of education and background in either faith. So all this talk about, well, I had a choice and I had some say in it, and my kids have a choice and they have a say in it, it's not really matching up to the reality.
But we make going to church a family experience. The kids know that I'm not Catholic, and they have plenty of access to the Hindu tradition, from books that we give them to
that's good.
Things that we show them, to the visit recently to India and some of the religious elements of that visit. So it is a part of their lives, and they know many practicing Hindus as a part of their lives in their own family.
Do you celebrate like
this is actually
Diwali
good too.
or Holi with them? Any of like the traditions?
We haven't. We're actually hoping to have a Holi party, so we're looking forward to that next year.
Beautiful.
I think they would love it.
No, I mean, you can explain it. It's a beautiful tradition.
Yeah, no, I think it would be a lot of fun.
And notice also how different this is from what JD Vance has said just recently. She's up here saying, I had all the say in it. We just have decided that our kids can choose the faith that they want. They're in Catholic school, whatever, but they're also exposed to a lot of Hindu, stuff. They know a lot of Hindu practicing people. They have the opportunity to engage with that more. And I have no intentions of converting. I didn't feel any pressure in the process. Fast forward to November, October 2025, and JD Vance is, I hope my wife turns Christian. Obviously, I'm not going to divorce her or anything. Shit's pretty cool otherwise, but like, obviously, I'm not going to divorce her or anything. Shit's pretty cool otherwise, but like, obviously, as a Christian, I would like my wife to be Christian. Does that sound like they're on the same terms? Does that sound like a situation where he has so much respect for his wife's religious practices? So another thing that really interested me is that they talk at one point about Meghan McCain's sister, who was from Bangladesh, who was adopted, and how that had brought some controversy to their family. Usha gives some perspective on that.
Asian Second Lady of the United States, do you take the responsibility and the role? Is it a lot of pressure? Because so many of the South Asian women in my life really admire you, really look up to you, and just find, honestly, seeing a mixed family so refreshing at this level in our country.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that about your sister. That
she's fine now. Thank you.
People can be awful, so.
Yes.
And Usha's saying this from the perspective of somebody that people have been awful to. There's also, I had some stuff about Vivek Ramaswamy. Let me not get into that super quickly. This was in July of 2024.
A responsibility and the role. Is it...
Usha really interested me is that they talk at one point about Meghan McCain's sister, who was from Bangladesh, who was adopted, and how that had brought some controversy to their family. Usha gives some perspective on that.
Asian Second Lady of the United States, do you take the responsibility and the role? Is it a lot of pressure? Because so many of the South Asian women in my life really admire you, really look up to you, and just find, honestly, seeing a mixed family so refreshing at this level in our country.
Well, I'm really sorry to hear that about your sister. That
she's fine now. Thank you.
People can be awful, so.
Yes.
And Usha's saying this from the perspective of somebody that people have been awful to. There's also, I had some stuff about Vivek Ramaswamy. Let me not get into that super quickly. This was in July of 2024. JD Vance's wife, Usha Chilukuri Vance, what did I say Vance? Usha Chilukuri Vance has faced racist online backlash from far-right social media posts. And it's not just her, it was including RNC speaker Harmeet Dillon. Trump himself, they're quoting him saying they're coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere, and this administration does nothing to stop them. We all know about his rhetoric about race. We all know how Vance in 2016 said that Trump people are certainly more racist than the average white professional. Between January 1st and August 11th of 2024, 1,800 unique public social media attacks in the year to date on Usha Vance. 16,000 public social media attacks, shares, and replies year to date. Insinuations that their son Vivek Vance in 2016 said that Trump people are certainly more racist than the average white professional. Between January 1st and August 11th of 2024, 1,800 unique public social media attacks in the year to date on Usha Vance. 16,000 public social media attacks, shares, and replies year to date. Insinuations that their son Vivek Vance was named after Vivek Ramaswamy. Quoting Nick Fuentes criticizing Vance for having an Indian wife. 13% of public posts. Accusations that Usha Vance has ties to Hindu nationalism. You guys don't realize it, but that's good. Usha Vance has ties to Hindu nationalism. You guys don't realize it, but that's good for y'all. You need that coalition. You need that Modi coalition. Stop dunking on her for that. That's like half of your bread. You know, Nicholas J. You guys don't realize it, but that's good for y'all. You need that coalition. You need that Modi coalition. Stop dunking on her for that. That's like half of your bread. You know, Nicholas J. Fuentes, famous far-right influencer who has been talked about a lot recently. JD you 13 after Vivek Ramaswamy. Quoting Nick Fuentes criticizing Vance for having an Indian wife. 13% of public posts. Accusations that Usha Vance has ties to Hindu nationalism. You guys don't realize it, but that's accusations that Usha Vance has ties to Hindu nationalism. You guys don't realize it, but that's good for y'all. You need that coalition. You need that Modi coalition. Stop dunking on her for that. That's like half of your bread. You know, Nicholas J. Fuentes, famous far-right influencer who has been talked about a lot recently. JD Vance's wife Usha was not raised Christian and is not a Christian. What kind of family is this? I love Trump, but what the fuck is this? JD Vance has an Indian wife and a son named Vivek. This is the guy that's gotta stand up for what the fuck is this? JD Vance has an Indian wife and a son named Vivek. This is the guy that's gotta stand up for white people? So as Usha is talking to Meg, wife and a Christian, what kind of family is this? I love Trump, but what the fuck is this? JD Vance has an Indian wife and a son named Vivek. This is the guy that's gotta stand up for white people. So as Usha is talking to Meghan McCain about this racism that Meghan McCain has seen happen to her family and friends on behalf of these far-right people, Usha's not coming out and being like, I denounce that shit, I deal with that a lot, this guy Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit, whatever. She can't do that, okay? Because she doesn't have the agency that she'd like you to think she has. She has chosen to marry this man. She has stayed with this man as he's completely descended down this far-right pipeline for fucking opportunity. And as she tells you, you know, she has all this choice and all this respect in her relationship over her faith, she can't even publicly denounce these things. Of course, she might have a mentality of, oh, if I don't engage with it, it's better that way. But literally, you have Meghan McCain, who is an anti-Trumper, one of the few people you've tellingly chosen to speak to publicly, telling you about racism against Indian people, giving you the opportunity to talk about it. So what is Usha Vance gonna say, you know?
But to answer your question, I don't think I don't feel a lot of pressure necessarily on a daily basis, but I am pretty well attuned to feeling pressure when I meet with older Indian people and they kind of give me that look. You know?
I was wondering.
Older Indian people and they kind of give me that look. You know?
I was wondering.
Reminiscent of a parent or grandparent. And so I have heard from a lot of people how proud they are and how excited they are for this, and that does give me a little bit of a sense of purpose, a little bit of a goal to live up to their expectations and to do this well. But for the most part, it's frankly just not really been an issue. It's not been something that people are hyper-focused on. I don't know why. Maybe we've just sort of moved beyond trying to count firsts of everything, or I'm not sure.
It's not been an issue. It's not been something that people are hyper-focused on. She's very careful about how she addresses it, to be like, maybe people don't care that much that I'm the first Indian second lady. What about the racism you're experiencing?
And so most of what we're thinking about is just how to do the best job writ large, right? How to be
What does that mean?
Good parents, how to
be good parents.
Represent the country in a way that we can be proud of. You know, how not screw up and do something embarrassing on national television.
And she's so careful about how she portrays herself, how she allows herself to be portrayed, in the sense that she doesn't give people very much. She wants to be as private as possible, which is kind of the opposite of an Erica Kirk. This is a person who clearly is not particularly interested in building a huge political platform and a huge following. And so these rumors that she was very opposed to this are even more founded based off of that, right? This is the situation that you put yourself in when you don't learn early on about how important it is to be mindful of white supremacy, of how important it is to be interrogative of what we consider conservative values in the Republican Party in this country. And frankly, you know, one of the things she talks about is how important it was that her and JD had kids. That was one of the reasons they got together. One of the reasons they got together and they recognized each other as a good fit is because they both wanted to have kids. What does that even mean? You want to have kids? Why? What about what you want to do with your life? None of your business. Says she knew exactly who he was when she married him. I'm only sorry for the kids. And I don't, your business, what does that even mean? You want to have kids? Why? What about what you want to do with your life? None of your business. Says she knew exactly who he was when she married him. I'm only sorry for the kids. And I don't know how to feel about that because in a sense, you're right. You had all the signs there. It's clear that he changed a lot, especially in his public persona. But you knew this person intimately, and you saw him continue to shift more and more in that direction, align more in that direction, and you continued to stay by his side. And maybe it's because you felt that pressure to remain the wife of JD Vance. Maybe it's because you felt that pressure to not disrupt something, to not be the disruptive person, to not, you know, get a divorce, to not mess things up for the kids, all these things. But this is what happens again when you have this upbringing that tells you, don't worry, if your husband is white and he's right-leaning, that's fine because everybody, don't worry, if your husband is white and he's right-leaning, that's fine because everybody can come together. And oh, don't worry, interfaith marriages are totally fine on the right. It's totally fine to assimilate into white people's business and to assimilate into their religion. It's totally cool. There is never any mindfulness that you need to have about that. Do you think about that? Like how dangerous that is, you know, to not let people know as kids, to not train people in, hey, we come from India. We come from a place that was under the violent boot of colonization. We have dealt with white supremacy firsthand. We have a history of dealing with white supremacy. People are going to judge you on that behalf, and a lot of people are not going to see you fully as a human being, even though they will look like they are at first. Because when it comes down to it, your Hindu faith will not be respected, and you will be put continuously in a position of being scrutinized unfairly, of being beat up, essentially, by these spaces. And your husband will not protect you from that. Your husband will ultimately not stick his neck out for that. And I think JD Vance is probably a person who talks out of both sides of his mouth and who says nice things and who tells little jokes to diffuse the situation and to avoid having to take accountability, to avoid having to decide whether or not he's actually this MAGA right-wing fascist Christian nationalist or whether he's this super chill guy who has an interfaith marriage and who loves Hinduism and all this stuff. But it's so clear from the outside who he is. That's where, you know, what you've said earlier makes a lot of sense. I forgot your name in the chat. That's where ultimately she has to be held very accountable, and you cannot sympathize with her to a degree that makes you forget how much accountability she had in this. You married a man who has no backbone and principles. You rushed into having kids with him. You looked away as he continuously had all of these misgivings from the start. You looked away as he was deceitful about his background. You looked away as he was continuously backtracking on his political beliefs. You looked away as he was continuously opportunistic. Because to you, that wasn't the kind of thing that should separate a marriage. In fact, much of that is a part of the American dream. Well, how's that American dream working out for you? That's the tragedy of Usha Vance. It's not a tragedy of her being this good person in this bad situation. No. You know, Usha Vance can say absolutely zero for the rest of her life, and she still should be taken into account for being in league with white supremacists, fascists, who have ruined the lives of countless people in this country and outside of it. You're married to a man who is committing countless war crimes in Venezuela, who's committing countless crimes against humanity, against his own people, for the sake of border protection and fighting the woke and all that bullshit. You are married to a man who is a white supremacist. And a lot of folks, they don't think that that's a line. A lot of people don't seem to think that's a line. A lot of women are trained to think, well, our politics can differ, and not understand how politics differing is one thing. White supremacy is another. It's like, my wife is more of a democratic socialist and I'm more of a social democrat. That's not, my white supremacy is another. It's like, my wife is more of a democratic socialist and I'm more of a social democrat. That's not what we're talking about here. She and I disagree about, and I'm more of a social democrat. That's not what we're talking about here. She and I disagree about modern monetary policy. I still have some faith in Keynesian economics. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a man who will continuously sell you out, and now you're dealing with all this bullshit. And you're yelling at him in hotel rooms. And the entire coalition that has built this American dream that you're supposedly living despises you, wants you out. Even the right-wingers that are anti-Trump are not a part of your coalition. You've signed a deal with the devil. And you don't even believe in him. Again, like, this was a huge part of JD Vance's whole mystique. Look, me and my family went to St. Cloud Diner. We went to this nice diner with these salt-of-the-earth Americans. And here I am with my wife. Here I am with my wife and our kids, and we're beautiful. Look at this public appearance we're doing. Diner. We went to this nice diner with these salt-of-the-earth Americans. And here I am with my wife. Here I am with my wife and our kids, and we're beautiful. Look at this public appearance we're doing. Comments. Daughter sticking with dad, son with mom, whole family together. So good to see family values on display. I love Vance. Dad, son with mom, whole family together. So good to see family values on display. I love Vance's wife. She is so humble, smart, classy, and so beautiful. Well, look at what they did to her. Look at how they're doing her. Now, there's a lot of conspiracy theories, again, about, given the Erica Kirk moment we saw earlier, is JD about to set up Usha to get kicked out of her position? Are they going to get a divorce? Are they going to do something nefarious? Some sort of conspiracy theory thing? I don't know. It's obviously how they're doing her. Now, there's a lot of conspiracy theories, again, about, given the Erica Kirk moment we saw earlier, is JD about to set up Usha to get kicked out of her position? Are they going to get a divorce? Are they going to do something nefarious? Some sort of conspiracy theory thing? I don't know. It's obviously something that seems absurd, and yet absurd shit happens every single day. I don't know what's absurd anymore. Knowing the kind of political opportunism these people are constantly doing, no, it would not shock me if Erica Kirk would just compared JD Vance to her dead husband and said, you know, nobody can replace him, but he shares a lot of the same values. People are daughter sticking with dad, son with mom, whole family together. So good to see family values on display. I love Vance's wife. She is so humble, smart, classy, and so beautiful. Well, look at what they did to her. Look at how they're doing her. Now, there's a lot of so beautiful. Well, look at what they did to her. Look at how they're doing her. Now, there's a lot of conspiracy theories, again, about, given the Erica Kirk moment we saw earlier, is JD about to set up Usha to get kicked out of her position? Are they going to get a divorce? Are they going to do something nefarious? Some sort of conspiracy theory thing? I don't know. It's obviously something that seems absurd, and yet absurd shit happens every single day. I don't know what's absurd anymore. Knowing the kind of political opportunism these people are constantly doing, no, it would not shock me if Erica Kirk would just compared JD Vance to her dead husband and said, you know, nobody can replace him, but he shares a lot of the same values, and then held him and petted his hair. No, it would not shock me entirely if Erica Kirk ended up being JD Vance's second wife. She fits the bill more for this MAGA agenda. She fits the bill more for this fascist agenda. That's not nothing. These people are political opportunists through and through. Through and through. Moonchild Mari says, what pisses me off is it feels like he gets something by being married to her, even if it does reflect badly on him to some right-wingers. I think the play for him in his mind is, if I have an Indian wife and an interfaith marriage, I can normalize white nationalism and fascism. The same way that you see these women heads of fascist states, you know, in Italy particularly, women at the head of fascist parties in Germany. The same way that we see, you know, woke fascism proliferating with all the different Indian folks, you know. Leave it to caste system to give us all these fucking well-to-do Brahmin Indian Americans assimilating into literal white supremacy. You saw what happened with Vivek Ramaswamy, right? I had mentioned him earlier. You saw what happened with Vivek Ramaswamy, who was a part of that triumvirate, a part of that administration, in league with Doge and in league with Trump at the very tip, the very beginning of this administration, and then it was essentially ousted. You know, he just shared a photo online with his children on X, and he got a response saying, it's Reformation Day. Repent and declare Christ Jesus your Lord and Savior. I don't know if you guys saw this clip either. This is on Times of India.
Do you think it's inappropriate for someone who's a Hindu to be, say, a U.S. president?
No, I think it's... No, well...
You be honest.
Isn't Hinduism... Well, I mean, I can ask yourself that Hinduism...
This is him doing a Turning Point USA Shiva event. And, notably, Erica Kirk did not have the same spiel for Vivek Ramaswamy.
The flute God, I forget.
Right, Krishna, who's you're thinking of.
Yeah, Krishna.
So the one thing for you to take away from, about my faith is I'm an ethical monotheist. I believe in one true God, the Advaita philosophy of Vedanta. And I think that as you think about...
This is the people that you aligned with, your coalition that you built with Elon Musk and them. Look at the people on his app and all the racist abuse that they're sending your way. Vivek is an example of somebody who is people on his app. And all the racist abuse that they're sending your way. Vivek is an example of somebody who has angled very hard to be a leader in that coalition. That's not going to happen. They don't want you. They don't want you. They don't want you. You at best will get a peripheral role to help give legitimacy. That is what we call tokenism. If you were well acquainted with woke ideology, you might have heard about it before. And what about all the, Latinos for Trump and all those other people, right? Classic examples again.
A wave of disappointment. One of President Donald Trump's most disappointment. One of President Donald Trump's most disappointment. One of President Donald Trump's most loyal voting blocs, Cuban and Venezuelan immigrants. Now speaking out in Miami, a Republican. One of President Donald Trump's most loyal voting blocs, Cuban and Venezuelan immigrants. Now speaking out in Miami, a Republican stronghold, as the now speaking out in Miami, a Republican stronghold, as the recent wave of deportations hits home and the Trump administration moved to end temporary legal status, or TPS, for more than 500. 100,000 people who arrived during the Biden administration. Elena Conde says she came here from Cuba on humanitarian parole in 2020. 500,000 people who arrived during the Biden administration. And the Trump administration moved to end temporary legal status, or TPS, for more than 500,000 people who arrived during the Biden administration. Elena Conde says she came here from Cuba on humanitarian parole in 2023. Her husband, Ariel Lara, crossed the border with Mexico twice, once in 2019 when he was detained and deported, and then again in 2022. 6 weeks ago, he was taken into custody at his residency hearing.
So he was given an appointment to go to ICE. You told him before he left for that appointment, you don't have anything to worry about. You haven't done anything.
Instead, he was transferred to Texas, where we spoke to him from his detention center.
Ariel, ¿qué piensas sobre lo que está pasando ahora en este país, en este momento con respecto a las deportaciones? How do you feel about everything that's happening right now in this country with the deportations? You don't understand how this could happen. ¿Qué pensaba que iba a pasar cuando ganó Trump? What did you think was going to happen when Trump won? You're saying you believed the president when he said he was going to deport criminals.
Do you understand? Like, I know that the fuck around and find out people have driven this story into the ground, right? But it's just a classic example of how, again, immigrant families... Oh, my frame rates have dropped. Do you understand? This is the American dream. This is the thing that immigrant families taught us to do, right? They taught us that America is this beautiful place where criminals get deported and not good, hardworking, honest people. They taught us that it was this place where anybody can do anything, where interfaith marriages can prosper and you can make this money and you can assimilate. And they taught us, very importantly, how much we needed to assimilate. Well, the assimilation hasn't happened. We're all these years in. We've chased this American dream and the assimilation continues to be down the road. It continues to be a pipe dream, an American pipe dream, if you will. And somebody like Usha Vance did everything right according to this playbook. She didn't even pronounce herself as a political person. The same way that many Asian families, East Asian, South Asian, West, North, who immigrate to the United States with some degree of class mobility in mind, emphasize to their children, do not get involved in politics. In fact, there was a TikTok that I saw a while ago that I had actually talked about recently, which gets at the heart of this issue very well.
A lot of Asian Americans are raised with this idea that you should be solely focused on making money and having nice things, and not pay attention to anything bad that has ever happened in the world. And it's understandable anything bad that has ever happened in the world. And it's understandable where this comes from. I think a lot of us who are the children of immigrants or maybe the grandchildren of immigrants were raised with this idea of like being told over and over how lucky we are to be where we're at, being told that there are horrible things that you get little snippets of that like your parents or grandparents, these are the horrible things they went through. Horrifying war crimes, starvation, chemical agents being used against them, like just so many horrible things. It's horrifying abuse in their own families, maybe. But you get little snippets of these things and you're told kind of about them, but you're also really trained not to dwell on them because whoever it is who went through it doesn't talk about it. Like, I think this is a very common experience for your grandparents, your Asian grandparents who went through horrific abuse or just horrifying trials of humanity, not talking about their experiences and everybody else in your family kind of being like, yeah, this happened and we're here. Like, kind of move past it. Yeah, that it was really hard for her and she doesn't want to talk about it and she hasn't talked about it for 50 years. But you're trained to just kind of know about it and recognize that my parents or my grandparents came here and pulled themselves up by their bootstraps and they came here with nothing and they didn't take help from anybody. They just worked hard and made money to put me through college, and so I need to go and be grateful that I will never have to go what they went through, but also not really think about it at all and not really pay attention to it and never bring it up to them and act as if it never happened, because what they want from me is to go on and make a lot of money and live the life that they wish that they could have lived because they were born in such horrible poverty and under such difficult circumstances for so much of their lives.
This is the kind of thing that we are taught about, our patrias, our home countries, the places that our parents immigrated from. It's poverty that exists because poverty exists. It's tragedy that exists because some places are less lucky. Maybe they'll throw out words like corruption, or maybe they'll get so angry about the lack of class and the lack of dignity and the lack of morals that their own ethnic group has. A lot of it is internalized hatred, and then they pass it down to us as children in order to hype up the American dream to us. All these years later, it is 2025, and look at that American dream. That's just how it is, like Denai says in the chat. right? There's no understanding of, oh, the US and the Western Bloc plundered our countries. No understanding of the post-colonial struggle in India. No understanding of the famines, of the massacres that occurred in the Indian subcontinent under British rule. No understanding of how American politics caused the massive divide in Korea and devastated both sides of Korea with civil war and with trauma that continues to plague both societies. Just, oh, poverty happened, bad stuff happened, that's just how it is. But now you're here, don't think about that stuff. Well, because you didn't think about that stuff, because you didn't think critically about how these systems work, you've put yourself in a position where now that the system is bold and upfront with just how nasty it is, even though you had all these resources at your disposal, you're still shocked. I can't believe it. I can't believe this is who we are. I can't believe this country is this way. How? You had books, you had resources, you had time. You had education, you had class privileges, you could have read some books. And so all these things that made us quote unquote woke and that made us a little bit, too woke for our friend groups years ago, all these things that made us overthinkers years ago are things that we can reflect on now as progressives, whatever your progressive affiliation might be, especially as socialists and communists. They now are these gifts to us because they taught us who we should and shouldn't align with. They taught us what to prepare for. They taught us about what was going on the whole time. We didn't live in this delusion that years ago are things that we can reflect on now as progressives, whatever your progressive affiliation might be, especially as socialists and communists. They now are these gifts to us because they reflect on now as progressives, whatever your progressive affiliation might be, especially as socialists and communists. They now are these gifts to us because they taught us who we should and shouldn't align with. They taught us what to prepare for. They taught us about what was going on the whole time. We didn't live in this delusion that once Obama got elected that America was back on track and better than ever, that racism had ended. We didn't live with this delusion that this was the land of the free and the home of the brave and anybody can overthinkers. I can't believe it. I can't believe this is who we are. I can't believe this country is this way. How? You had books, you had resources, you had time. You had education, you had class privileges, you could have read some books. And so all these things that made us quote unquote woke and that made us a little bit, too woke for our friend groups years ago, all these things that made us overthinkers years ago are things that we can reflect on now as progressives, whatever your progressive affiliation might be, especially as socialists and communists. They now are these gifts to us because they taught us who we should and shouldn't align with. They taught us what to prepare for. They taught us about what was going on the whole time. We didn't live in this delusion that once Obama got elected that America was back on track and better than ever, that racism had ended. We didn't live with this delusion that this was the land of the free and the home of the brave and anybody could immigrate here and make a great life for themselves at no cost. This is the kind of thing we are taught to avoid, and yet if we really avoided it, we would have been in the same situations that an Usha Vance found herself in. It's a nightmare scenario. And this is one of those things that we should reflect on at the end of 2025. My last point. What parts of the American dream are we still holding on to? A lot of the internet can be extremely dogmatic and extremely judgmental and toxic. And so it's easy to get discouraged about every single thing that's part of your life. But ultimately, we do still have the situation we have. We do still have to do something about it. And that means we have to engage in all types of political organization, for better and for worse, with flaws, with strengths and weaknesses. That also means, though, that we have to interrogate ourselves and ask, how much money do I really think I need to make? How much assimilation do I really think I need to do? Is it really that I'm a failure because I didn't go to law school? Or am I lucky that I didn't end up like Usha Vance? Is it really that I let my parents down? Or did it's not their fault ultimately, but did they lead me in the wrong way? And even as we think about the Democratic Party, how much of the institution are we still holding on to spiritually? Hoping that it can just get itself back on track, give us another Obama, and cruise to another 8 years of delusion? Or are we ready to just be pragmatic, to understand the situation for what it is, and to not sacrifice ourselves to the system? That's what Usha Vance is. She's a sacrifice. Same with Vivek, Bobby Jindal, Nikki Haley, all of the classics, the classic, Brahmin folks who settled in America, immigrated to America, and moved up the careerist ladder. All these folks are just sacrifices to fascism. They exist to legitimize it, to legitimate it. They exist to add plausible deniability. well, we can't be racist when we're deporting all these people. We can't be racist when we're saying all these hideously racist things because Usha Vance is over here. And Usha Vance is sitting there like, hair graying and all, lying to everybody through her teeth that she's in this even-sided marriage and she's cool with the way things are, playing the game. Well, there's no more game to be played. You know, in 2026, you're going to watch people continue to play this game and it's going to be baffling to you. That's how you're going to be feeling. It's going to be baffling to you to see people still try to be careerists and opportunists and assimilationist. It's going to be baffling to you to see someone like Usha Vance emerge. It's going to be baffling to you. It's going to look weirder and less sensible than ever because it's never been clearer that this game doesn't work. It's broken. The jig is up. And educating ourselves and collaborating with our community is the way that we get through, is the way that we achieve the real dream, which is a sensible, dignified life with the resources that we need to up. And educating ourselves and collaborating with our community is the way that we get through, is the way that we achieve the real dream, which is a sensible, dignified life with the resources that we need to live and to have some degree of joy, some degree of mobility, some degree of agency. Anyway, that's my talk. Okay.
I actually contacted Ryan Grimm via email and he responded to me. And I told him about Graham Plattner's policy positions, how they're just blatantly imperialist. I showed him a bunch of his Ryan Grimm via I actually contacted Ryan Grimm via email and he responded to me. And I told him about Graham Plattner's policy positions, how they're just blatantly imperialist. I showed him a bunch of his Reddit posts, and I know that he read them because he responded to me, right? So Ryan Grimm, knowing all that stuff about Plattner already, obviously, though he should know it himself, he's supposedly a national security journalist, an anti-imperialist firebrand. He should be able to look into this stuff himself. Ryan Grimm invited Graham Plattner onto his show Breaking Points with Crystal Ball to just give him a puff piece. And I'm calling it a puff piece because it wasn't a real interview. In a real interview, for one, you don't help the guest lie. Ryan Grimm helps him lie here. He gives him framings of the questions that are extremely favorable to him. And when you know your guest is lying, which Ryan Grimm definitely does, and I'll explain how in a second, you push back on them. But this was a puff piece, right? Ryan Grimm and Crystal Ball like the mass murderer Graham Plattner, so they invited him on to give him like a really softball favorable interview so that he can launder himself. And this is happening after Graham Plattner reshuffled his campaign. And yet, you should think here, why is Graham Plattner so boosted seemingly? It's because Graham Plattner is the one who was chosen by the mainstream Democratic Party to be that guy. There is another guy running called Jordan some shit. I don't know what his fucking last name is because I don't see it here and I already forgot. Jordan Wood, there it is. He has the exact same platform as Graham Plattner. It's literally the exact same with all the problems, by the way. Like, he loves the veterans, blah, 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 blah. Very wishy-washy sort of liberal imperialist stuff, just like Graham Plattner's thing. Practically the exact same platform. But you've never heard of him. Why have you never heard of him? Because Graham Plattner is the one who was specifically chosen by the millionaires, the billionaires, the people with money, the consulting firms, the Democratic Party, mainstream, to use as their entryist candidate here. That's why you know about Graham Plattner, but you don't know about this guy. Now, obviously, this guy sucks in terms of politics, just as much as Plattner does, but you guys could at least give us the courtesy of voting for the guy who isn't a mass murderer, who's proud of it and brags about it constantly, right? If you have to vote for some guy in Maine, because these guys are always like, well, who else are you going to vote for? Why don't you vote for this fucking guy then? At least he's not a mass murderer. He's a fucking liberal shitbag, but at least he's not a fucking literal mass murderer of Iraqis and Afghans. And the reason why Plattner is the guy who you're hearing about is because, as this article goes into, you vote for this fucking to vote for some guy in mass murderer who's proud. Obviously, this guy sucks in terms of politics, just as mainstream, to use as the people with money, the consulting firms, the Democratic Party, mainstream, to use as their entryist candidate here. That's why you know about Graham Plattner. You may have never heard of him. Why have you never heard of him? Because Graham Plattner is the one who was specifically chosen by the millionaires, the billionaires, the people with money, the consulting firms, the Democratic Party, mainstream, to use as their entryist candidate here. That's why you know about Graham Plattner, but you don't know about this guy. Now, obviously, this guy sucks in terms of politics, just as much as Plattner does, but you guys could at least give us the courtesy of voting for the guy who isn't a mass murderer, who's proud of it and brags about it constantly, right? If you have to vote for some guy in Maine, because these guys are always like, well, who else are you going to vote for? Why don't you vote for this fucking guy then? At least he's not a mass murderer. He's a fucking liberal shitbag, but at least he's not a fucking literal mass murderer of Iraqis and Afghans. And the reason why Plattner is the guy who you're hearing about is because, as this article goes into, Graham Plattner's campaign is run by Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown's past campaign work includes the presidential bids of Elizabeth Warren and Barack Obama. Incredible. They also hired Spruce Street Consulting, which is a consulting firm that is used by these sorts of entryist Democrats. Campaign is run by Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown's past campaign work includes the presidential bids of Elizabeth Warren and Barack Obama. Incredible. They also goes into Graham Plattner's campaign is run by Kevin Brown. Kevin Brown's past campaign work includes the presidential bids of Elizabeth Warren and Barack Obama. Incredible. They also hired Spruce Street Consulting, which is a consulting firm that is used by these sorts of entryist Democratic Party candidates all the time. He's also paid his staffers $15,000 to sign an NDA. Where the fuck is that money coming from? This guy is such an obvious plant. This guy is just so obviously tailor-made to be like a base, progressive, new squad member type guy. And they just get behind it anyway. They don't even ask questions about it. So that's the context of this interview, is that this is a PR interview. Graham Plattner has a campaign manager. He has a consulting firm behind him. His staff all signed in, which is a consulting firm that is used by these sorts of entryist Democratic Party candidates all the time. He's also paid his staffers $15,000 to sign an NDA. Where the fuck is that money coming from? This guy is such an obvious plant. This guy is just so obviously tailor-made to be like a base, progressive, new squad member type guy. And they just get behind it anyway. They don't even ask questions about it. This guy is just so obviously tailor-made to be like a base, progressive, new squad member type guy. And they just get behind it anyway. They don't even ask questions about it. So that's the context of this interview, is that this is a PR interview. Graham Plattner has a campaign manager. He has a consulting firm behind him. His staff all signed NDAs. They likely sent him a list of questions beforehand, screened them, told them what they're allowed to ask and what not to. They're a member type guy. And they just get behind it anyway. They don't even ask questions about it. So that's the context of this interview, is that this is a PR interview. Graham Plattner has a campaign manager, he has a consulting firm behind him, his staff all signed NDAs. They likely sent him a list of questions beforehand, screened them, told them what they're allowed to ask and what not to. So this is a puff piece. This is specifically like a softball interview designed to launder this man's reputation. And you can see that especially when they bring up Blackwater. Do they mention Abu Ghraib? No, they don't mention Abu Ghraib. Graham Plattner has bragged constantly, multiple times, about how he was a guard at the Abu Ghraib concentration/torture camp, the infamous one. That's where the pictures that you've seen of torture in the Iraq War of random Iraqis kidnapped, that was where he was guarding. A guard at the Abu Ghraib concentration/torture camp, the infamous one. That's where the pictures that you've seen of torture in the Iraq War of random Iraqis kidnapped, that was where he was guarding. No, Ryan Grimm, national security expert journalist, doesn't ask a single question on that. Not one mention of Abu Ghraib. But they do mention that was where he was guarding. No, Ryan Grimm, national security expert journalist, doesn't ask a single question on that. Not one mention of Abu Ghraib. But they do mention Blackwater. Like, they had to bring this up. They could not bring this up, especially because they wanted to give him like an opportunity to come up with excuses for it.
We got a whole bunch on, your service, and then also your time with the Blackwater offshoot, what Constellus, I think it was called.
Now, Ryan Grimm knows that Constellus is Blackwater. What Constellus is, it's a conglomerate made up from a merger of all of the mercenary companies that were born out of the Iraq and Afghanistan invasions. It was formed in 2012, I believe, and it came about essentially because as American operations sized down in Iraq and Afghanistan, because, it had been like 10 years almost at that point, there was no longer any need to have like 5 different mercenary companies, so they all merged together to form Constellus. And the biggest of them was Blackwater. The most infamous, most well-known was Blackwater. I can believe. And it came about essentially because as American operations sized down in Iraq and Afghanistan, because, it had been like 10 years almost at that point, there was no longer any need to have like 5 different mercenary companies, so they all merged together to form Constellus. And the biggest of them was Blackwater. The most infamous, most well-known was Blackwater. So Ryan Grimm knows that. He definitely knows that, but he frames it as an offshoot. Constellus, I think it was called. You don't know that? Yes, you do, you lying together to form Constellus. And the biggest of them was Blackwater. The most infamous, most well-known was Blackwater. Operations sized down in Iraq and Afghanistan, because, it had been like 10 years almost at that point. There was no longer any need to have like 5 different mercenary companies, so they all merged together to form Constellus. And the biggest of them was Blackwater. The most infamous, most well-known was Blackwater. So Ryan Grimm knows that. He definitely knows that, but he frames it as an offshoot. Constellus, I think it was called. You don't know that? Yes, you do, you lying fuck.
One of them, so from Halal Flow, says, like, how does someone with your worldview end up working for Blackwater?
So we've been over his worldview. His worldview is this post, for example. He said in 2021 he would still be in the military if they would let him stay in combat. He posted on Reddit saying that he joined specifically because he wanted to kill people. That's his worldview, okay? He joined the US military because he wanted to kill people. His worldview is not contrary to these wars at all. His worldview is the American empire he joined the US military because he wanted to kill people. His worldview is not contrary to these wars at all. His worldview is the American empire should absolutely invade other countries, murder people, rape them. That's why he participated in it 5 fucking times. That's why he joined up. He wanted to do that. He just thinks it should be more efficient. He just thinks the Iraq and Afghan wars were pointless. So the framing of this question is wrong. Like, what do you mean someone with your worldview? His worldview is totally compatible with that. His worldview is that.
I think a lot of people on the left would find that helpful to hear. They're worried you might be another Fetterman. Man, Fetterman is haunting.
There's a lot of trauma. I feel it too. There's a lot of trauma there.
He said you touched on this a bit during your last appearance on the show when you talked about your U.S. military service, but we didn't go into much into this, the State Department security contractor. So
if you talk to this guy about his U.S. military service and you saw no problem with that, I gotta say, Ryan Grimm is so compromised, Crystal Ball is so compromised. These people are not anti-imperialists. They're people who think that killing you for a paycheck is fine for Americans. There's no possible way for them to whitewash this guy, to go so hard, lying for him endlessly. It's insane.
Who did you work for, and why? And for people who are skeptical of American empire, why should that not be disqualified?
So, I never worked for Blackwater. This is
he's being coached on this, you can tell.
See this everywhere, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake. This is
he's being coached on this, you can tell.
See this everywhere, and I'm always like, oh, for God's sake. The company that we all know is Blackwater, the one that Jeremy Scahill wrote about back in the late 2000s. That company, Eric Prince's little kind of warlord fantasy, that company essentially went away after 2012.
He worked for, as I said, a merger between all the different major mercenary companies and Blackwater. Just because Eric Prince wasn't the CEO anymore doesn't mean it was still not functionally the same company. It's not like the other mercenary companies were any better. It's actually insane that they just let him lie about this and they don't say anything, they don't push back against it at all. Now, it's funny that he mentioned Eric Prince here because Mr. Plattner actually has a history of defending Eric Prince. Here are some of his posts from Reddit from 2018, the year that he was in Afghanistan working for Blackwater, when Eric Prince was accused of having been involved in like an assassination market where he sold a targeted assassination to the Bush administration. An assassination of having been involved in like an assassination market where he sold a targeted assassination to the Bush administration. In 2018, Mr. Plattner made 4 fucking consecutive posts defending him. In 2018, Mr. Plattner made 4 fucking consecutive posts defending him, saying, we should really wait for more sources. Mr. Plattner made 4 fucking consecutive assassinations to the Bush administration. In 2018, Mr. Plattner made 4 fucking consecutive posts defending him, saying, we should really wait for more sources to verify this claim. The NYT piece says the company provided assistance in a logistical goal and wasn't successful in killing or capturing any targets. It's too much of an exaggeration. Eric Prince wasn't that bad of a guy. He also has a long history of defending Blackwater on Reddit, which isn't exactly something that you would expect from a guy who believed that they were like an infamous mercenary company. Here he is defending the Almanzor Square massacre, which is an infamous Blackwater massacre, the most infamous one, where they killed like a dozen people, shooting like a random cars in a roundabout in Iraq. He says here, the big events were simply massive fuck-ups from ill-prepared and unchained amateurs like Nisr Square. The Blackwater hit squad's narrative is complete bullshit. It's all security. Okay, it's just security. So Ryan Grimm invited this guy on and just allowed him to lie, basically. And he helped him lie. He's like, Constellus wasn't Blackwater, it was an offshoot, there's nothing to do with it. Ryan Grimm is someone who knows that this is a lie. He knows what Constellus is. He knows it very much, for all intents and purposes, is Blackwater. It's not like the other mercenary companies are better than Blackwater. It's not like having done 4 fucking tours because you openly say you wanted to murder people and then you did so and you talk about how it was an excellent experience and you enjoyed it, is any better than working for Blackwater, because it's not. But he doesn't question him on that at all. Ryan Grimm just gives him the most ridiculous softball questions. The opportunity to say exactly what his PR consulting firm told him to say, every single time. In none of these, like, people who are defending Grand Plan, will you ever see them talk about the victims. And he's admitted to murdering people. He's admitted to killing people. Multiple times. I have a fucking video on it. I'll show you. In this video right here, like I fucking go over you know, his Reddit comments where he's like, I wanted to have an adventure and kill some people. That's why I joined the Marines. I did Fallujah and Ramadi, and I managed to kill people and have an adventure. It was a hell of an excellent experience. This guy just brags about murdering people, and everyone just lies for him. They all just fucking lie for him. Like, I'm literally alone here in debunking this shit. And the problem of this isn't just this instance. It's the broader question of, do Americans consider non-Americans equal humans or not? Because I've been at this for years at this point on how Americans think that they are the ones who get to, like, forgive their veterans who went and fucking mass murdered people. The victims don't even factor into it. They don't even have to be repentant. They don't have to acknowledge they did something wrong. They don't have to own up to what they did, like Plattner doesn't. They don't have to talk about their victims at all, which he never does. You went overseas to kill people for America, and we as Americans forgive you for that. You killed people for us. We forgive you. Let's not even talk about the fucking victims. Let's not even talk about anything else. We unconditionally forgive you, even though you've done fucking nothing to earn it. You're not even repentant for it. You don't regret it. You literally talk about it like it was a fun game for you. You brag about it constantly. And this is just another example of that. I've seen this for years. Ever since I got involved in this YouTube shit, Americans endlessly do this. And it has to fucking change, because otherwise, you guys are just going to keep fucking massacring people and then finding fucking excuses to forgive the people who did the massacre, the murderers. I'm so fucking sick of it. This is clearly supremacist tendency in these people, in that they find it so fucking easy to forgive mass murderers when the mass murderers are from their own in-group. And they literally do PR for them. Ryan fucking Grimm doing PR for this guy. These people never get to say, like, well, that guy's a rapist, well, that guy's a criminal, well, that guy's a murderer. Because they've shown that as long as the criminal, rapist, murderer promises that he will, like, raise welfare by 2% for Americans, they will suck his cock. They never get to say anything like that ever again. So Ryan Grimm just, like, let suck his cock. They never get to say anything like that ever again. So Ryan Grimm just, like, let Plattner lie here, but more importantly, I think it's very interesting to just listen to Grimm and Plattner talk about what he did to Iraq and Afghanistan and the reversal of victim and offender that they engage in. Like, they never mention the victims. They actually he frames himself and, like, other soldiers who murdered people as the victims.
But like, I wanted to ask again for audience.
Think about that as you watch this. Pay attention to who they choose to talk about and frame as the victims. These people engage in the reversal of victim and offender that is honestly on the same level as like Israel and Zionism.
Our audience as well, because this is something that people are very curious about. One of the more disturbing Reddit posts that people have circulated talks about, it's a question, if you could fight in previous wars, you know, what would you do? And
he's whitewashing that. The actual question, the reason why people thought it was bad is because it was, he said he would fight in, like, a bunch of American genocides. Like, he said he would specifically sign up to do genocide and colonialism and colonial occupation. He said that he would have volunteered to fight in the Indian Wars, in the Indian Wars being the Native American genocide, the American colonial genocide of the Philippines, Haiti, Nicaragua, Vietnam. And he said he loved to fight in Iraq and Afghanistan. Ryan Grimm is specifically getting rid of all the context where he said he wanted to participate in, like, a bunch of genocides. Like, no one's angry because he said he would have enjoyed killing Nazis or Confederates. People are angry because he said he literally wanted to do genocide to Native Americans and Filipinos and stuff, and Vietnamese people. And Ryan Grimm just frames this question in such a slimy lie way, because this is ultimately a PR puff piece. It's not an interview. There's no pushback. It's an opportunity for Graham Plattner to whitewash his image. But nonetheless, listen to the way that Plattner talks about this, and you'll see precisely what I mean with the framing. The victims don't even come into it. Not for Ryan Grimm, not for Plattner. The dead Iraqis and Afghans, these piles of brown bodies, go unmentioned. It's all about how hard this was for the soldiers and how the soldiers are victims, the perpetrators are victims. But the Davo is insane.
And you talk about kind of the joy almost of combat. And I think, so can you talk about, like, how you got into a mindset where you believed that, and whether you still share that mindset, whether you're in touch with it, and, you know, how that relates to your current posture towards, you know, American imperialism and wars in general? Because we're talking about, you know, people getting killed.
I viewed myself for a long time as a professional soldier. It was my identity.
It was my identity. Yeah, I viewed myself as a professional serial killer is the better framing for that, okay? And that's not acceptable. Like a professional rapist next? What's next? These people just invent these identities, and it's like, I'm a professional soldier, and my vocation is what? Invading Iraq and Afghanistan and massacring fucking random goat herders?
I was a very competent soldier. I saw a fairly significant amount of combat.
These people just invent these identities, and it's like, I'm a professional soldier, and my vocation is what? Invading Iraq and Afghanistan and massacring fucking random goat herders? What's next? These people just invent these identities, and it's like, I'm a professional soldier, and my vocation is what? Invading Iraq and Afghanistan and massacring fucking random goat herders?
I was a very competent soldier. I saw a fairly significant amount of combat. I also, and I mean, this is a weird, I still work on, I'm going to work on this till I die, I think. I have a very complicated relationship with my time in combat, because I think it was all for nothing. I think the horror...
But if it was for something, it would have been okay. If Americans had gotten something out of it, it would have been fine.
And the violence that I took part in was completely pointless.
Like him saying the horror, that's the first time he's ever, like, even slightly, like, he hasn't actually mentioned any specific. That's the first time I've ever seen him, and I've seen so much material from this guy, he's ever even come close to mentioning, like, what he did to the victims. But he's not going to mention anything else like that.
And yet I still have this element of me that when I was engaging in it, I found infantry combat very exhilarating.
This man is a fucking serial killer. He's a complete and utter serial killer. Listen to him. It was exhilarating for me to, like, go to these other countries, invade them with, like, overwhelming force of arms and every advantage in the world, and just fucking destroy them and massacre their desperate people trying to defend their families from me. Exhilarating.
I found infantry combat, I found my proficiency in being an effective soldier in combat as something that I viewed, I was very proud of it. And I, in some ways, enjoyed it. But I want to make it clear, people, I think, I never enjoyed or relished in killing. Ever.
Okay, that's a lie. I mean, I went over this on already. Let's go over it again. He said he specifically joined because he wanted to kill people. He's just lying. And Ryan Grimm, a supposed journalist, is just letting him fucking lie. I posted this myself. Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps? Ryan Grimm on Reddit in 2020. I wanted to have a fun adventure and kill some people. And then I did kill people. It was a hell of an excellent experience. Yes, you did. You're a fucking liar. The professional challenge of it.
But it was more like the professional challenge of other people are trying to kill you, and then you have to make decisions.
For this guy, murdering Afghans and Iraqis is like a fun game, a professional challenge. Other people are trying to kill you because you're invading their fucking country. Imagine a Nazi soldier talking about the Holocaust like this. There's no fucking difference. And the problem is that you don't see a difference.
And be effective in your weapon systems, be effective in your leadership in order to survive and then, like, win. And that was how I always viewed it. And the thing that I connect with now is that when I look back through history...
He's going to use a word here he's never used before.
See a lot of people who, like me, engaged in wars of imperialism, wars of colonialism, who that experience, in many ways, shapes and forms, turned them into dedicated opponents to it.
That's so funny. It's the first time he's ever used the word imperialism or colonialism, by the way. Now, we've been over his platform on this channel. His platform is blankly militaristic and imperialist. There's nothing anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism in there. It's, in fact, the exact fucking opposite. Ryan Grimm just lets him lie. He said he turned into, like, dedicated opponents to imperialism and colonialism. I mean, we have posts from him in fucking 2021 saying that he would still be in the imperialist US military. This one right here. He said, if I could have just stayed in the gun section, I would still be in the Marine Corps. In November 2021, he posted this, and you're saying that he radicalized and turned against imperialism and colonialism? He would still be in the fucking US military right now if they would just let him keep killing people. He said it. Why are you just letting him lie?
One of the reasons I am in such opposition to this stuff now...
No, you're fucking not. He's against what he calls pointless wars, and he wants to pay American military personnel more to recruit more of them to fight China.
I know how easy it is.
You're not against this stuff.
As a, like, young person who...
Now, here is where he goes into, like, what he thinks is the bad side of this. It's going to be the effect it has on the perpetrators, not on the victims.
Wants to go do this kind of thing for whatever reason, how easy it is to be taken in by it. I mean, and that's why we shouldn't do it. Because there will always be young men and women who, in their youth, are going to be taken into being part of something bigger, finding meaning in struggle and suffering.
Finding meaning in fucking invading other people's countries and genociding them. This guy talks like a fucking Nazi. You see, he's not actually talking about the fucking victims at all. It's just the perpetrators being reframed as victims.
And all that stuff. And if that's going to happen, that should never be taken advantage of by a political apparatus, which is exactly what happened. It's what happened to me.
Oh my God, it happened to you. You went back 5 times. And you talk about it today like it was a fun game, and you say that you would join up again. You're not a fucking victim. It happened to you. This didn't happen to you. You chose this. You chose this as much as a Nazi soldier chose to fucking murder a Jew. You pig.
And
Ryan Grimm just sits there and lets him lie.
I struggle with it. I'm going to struggle with this until the day I die.
You don't struggle with it at all. You relish in it.
I don't think there's an answer in here, because I will always find some connection and some, I don't know, feelings of
It's never it was morally wrong. It's always it was pointless. His problem mostly...
There's an answer in here, because I will always find some connection and some, I don't know, feelings of...
It's never it was morally wrong. It's always it was pointless. His problem mostly is that the US fucked up Iraq and Afghanistan. The US did not install a long-lasting American puppet regime that could get super profits for Americans. That's his problem here. It was pointless for Americans. It's not actually that it was immoral, not that it was genocide. It's just always that it was pointless.
Self-worth in how good of a soldier I was, but I also think it was all pointless. And it's, and I'm doing better with it now. I mean, for a number of years there, I mean, it sent me into a dark place because I couldn't square the two, and I still can't square them, but I think, frankly, developing a more structural critique has allowed me some, I'm oh yeah, right. I did this for the service of something I was not in charge of. And that kind of, I'm not trying to get myself off the hook. It's just that there is a way of...
Yes, you fucking are. All this is designed to get you off the hook. What have you ever done? You think you should be on the hook? You don't fucking think that. Otherwise, you would be fucking in Iraq and Afghanistan right fucking now on your knees begging for forgiveness. You lying fuck.
Describing it where I don't have to feel... I no longer require it to have meant anything. It doesn't mean, it no longer has to have value to me. I think it was valueless, and I'm okay with it.
The value for you is that you were paid to murder people. Obviously, you're fucking okay with it. Obviously, you're okay with it. It's not your family who you killed. Now, Ryan Grimm, no pushback, moves on to the next question. This is characteristic of a puff piece. It's not an interview. An interview is a back and forth. This is a puff piece. Ryan Grimm is asking him predetermined questions that he has predetermined answers to. This is this disgusting garbage, man. Anyway, I just wanted to include that in here because it reveals the mentality that Ryan Grimm, Crystal Ball, Plattner, and many others have, which is this reframing of the victims to basically not exist, and then in the place of the victims of these American troops who voluntarily signed up and willingly killed these people, they move the perpetrators. The American troops themselves are reframed as victims. The actual victims literally aren't even mentioned. He didn't mention anything in regards to them there. It says so fucking much about how these people perceive of American imperialism. They're against it because they see it. They think it doesn't benefit Americans, but they think as an individual, you still are okay. You're still fine if you want. It's still fine if you want to join up and murder people for your own benefit. It's just on the broader spectrum, the overall wars didn't benefit Americans enough to be justified. But as an individual, you could get paid, you could get free college, free healthcare. So ultimately, if you wanted to kill Iraqis and Afghans, you are justified in it. That's their mentality. The victims are not even fucking factors to them. In fact, the perpetrators become the victims. These people are not anti-imperialism at all. They are just flatly disgusting genocidal imperialists. Dear God. The way that they lie for him and do all this PR puff piece bullshit for him while pretending to be alternative media, it's beyond fucking words.
Did you see him back down and say, I guess we'll fund New York?
Yeah. Oh, whoops. It's only
yeah,
the
I guess,
financial capital.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I guess they hate me.
I mean, he is sort of blackpilling.
Yeah.
He's like, they're going to add Puerto Rico. They're going to do this.
I mean, yeah.
He's like, they're going to, I mean, he is sort of blackpilling.
Yeah.
He's like, they're going to add Puerto Rico. They're going to do this. I mean, to them I say, stay the course. America is telling you they want commercial aviation to be even more dangerous. They want it to, if you get on a plane, they want it to be a guaranteed death sentence. Keep going.
Yeah.
This is not a rejection of the agenda. This is asking for more.
We want more planes dropping out of the sky.
If I am
even though I am flying quite a bit, so please, hold off on that for now.
Hold on for a little bit. But over the holidays, I would like my plane to be steered by a boom, quiet boom, supersonic plane. I'd like to be steered like I'm in the NFL. I want to get my leg snapped like that Lawrence Keller did that guy all those years ago.
Let's see what he says. By the way, I don't know if you saw his speech. Kind of a banger.
It was really good.
It was like one of the few speeches I've heard from any politician whatsoever where I was like, damn, this is like pretty solid. Like the callous hands holding on to the levers of power for once. Like Van Jones hated it.
Oh yeah, no.
Van Jones was like, this is so divisive. What is this class-based politics? You're a Maoist. You used to be a Maoist.
I saw the people like getting like mad on Cuomo's behalf when he was like, I wish Cuomo was the best, but that'll be the last time I say his name. And it's like Cuomo said he did 9/11.
Yeah.
Like that's he got off pretty light.
Yeah.
He on Cuomo's behalf when he was like, I wish Cuomo was the best, but that'll be the last time I say his name. And it's like Cuomo said he did 9/11.
Yeah.
Like that's he got off pretty light.
Yeah. He non-stop said that. And he said, I did 9/11 too, which is fair, but don't bring Zoran into this.
I only did 9/11 to old people.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it was
also five times as bad.
Yeah. I mean, no one benefited from Cuomo 9/11 like I did.
Why? Rental properties for old people?
Oh my God. The last place I lived in the Upper West Side before I briefly was in California, it was the greatest place ever. And there's no way I would have gotten it if Cuomo didn't do all that. Before I briefly was in California, it was the greatest place ever. And there's no way I would have gotten it if Cuomo didn't do all that. If he didn't personally go to nursing homes with bat soup.
Yeah, that was.
I made a favorite. It's from Campania, Italy. Sicilian bat soup.
Oh,
even the
man.
boyfriend likes it. We all love bat soup.
Why is he turning into a vampire?
All of us. You will have to get through all of us.
How do you respond to that? Does that affect anything you're through?
Tell you.
Why is he turning into a vampire?
Eats
a bad soup.
He had so much bad soup. He's becoming a vampire.
Yeah.
To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us.
How do you respond to that? Does that affect anything you're going to do?
It's a very dangerous statement for him to make, actually.
And, you know, you talk about danger. I think it's a very dangerous statement for him to make. He has to be a little bit respectful of Washington, because if he's not, he doesn't have a chance of succeeding. And I want to make him...
What is this? Like, you literally were talking about rolling the tanks to the streets of New York last week. What happened? My man saw the margins and was like, oh, never mind. Okay. maybe he should be nice to me. I'll keep funding New York, but be nice to me, please.
I think this is a very...
He seems sad. His hair. I'll keep funding New York, but be nice to me, please.
I think this is a very...
He seems sad. His hair, you can tell when Trump is not doing all right by what his hair looks like. He's got depressed hair right now.
Oh my God, yeah. There's nothing like Trump when he's like down.
Yeah.
Like, I think that video of him on January 6th where he's like, please let me stay on Facebook. Like, is of him on January 6th where he's like, please let me stay on Facebook. Like, is so, it's really hard to describe.
Or when he was like, well, sometimes I think about taking this car far, far away.
Yeah. Well,
never to return.
I had a great life. I could just leave this all behind. There's something so unique about how he gets when he's sad.
He's melancholic.
I think that could be just kind of what it's like from now on, because do you remember in like pretty much from Charlottesville on, that was like the tenor of all Trump and Pence stuff. Do you remember what was that with like the Olympics, like some American gold medal winner wouldn't just randomly passing over JD?
Yeah. What is this?
I want to make the city succeed. I don't want to make him succeed. I want to make the city succeed, and we'll see what happens. Did you see reaching out to him? I would...
Come on, dude! Look at him.
Oh,
that's crazy.
I would say he should reach out to us. Really, I think he should reach out. I'm here.
Oh my God, he got dicked down by Xi so hard he has to like take it out on the mayor of New York.
I think that.
I would say he should reach out to us. Really, I think he should reach out. I'm here.
Oh my God, he got dicked down by Xi so hard he has to like take it out on the mayor of New York.
I think that might be like that might be the most depressing thing.
Yeah, he's just like
getting owned by Xi.
He thought like, no, we got this locked down. You know, we're gonna dominate China, and now it's like, I don't know.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
Like,
but
think
I would
about if you've only been sleeping like 2 hours a night for the past like 2 weeks, and then you see this sleep paralysis demon, Brett Baer. Brett Baer is like a freaky looking guy. He is. He
would look perfect in a David Lynch movie.
Yeah, he has.
He looks like he'd be in the Red Room.
Did you ever read the like? See the comic Dick Tracy? He looks like a person from Dick Tracy.
風が冷たすぎて目も開けてられないな。こりゃしばらく飛ぶのはなしか。世の中いつまでものんびりしちゃいられない。休憩は終わりだ。そろそろ動くとするか。
Nahida. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a while since I played Genshin. I can't lie. I don't think I played in like 5 days. Like, I genuinely have not played. I miss it. I am having Genshin withdrawal. Like, you don't understand how bad I want to play Genshin, but like, I've been backlogged IRL, but it's fine. So we're here now. It is time to game, bro. My fucking Skirk is still on Noblesse. I just removed her off Skyward. I'll give it back.
Minus 17 months.
Anyways. You promised 2 HSR streams? Another one will come, but feel free to write a Reddit thread about me because I don't read that shit anymore. Let's start with the stall. Now, I didn't expect to stream 2 days in a row. So I already did the Wordle and Global, but I'll do the Genshin though. Actually, we'll start Zenless. Ben. Ellen. GG. I guess I could just... Oh, this is Vaughn. No, it's not. It's the other guy. It's the girl. The Rena. Alright. Could also have been Corrin. honkaistarrail. Let's do Blade. Let's do... Okay. Maybe Hanya. Okay. Maybe... Yan Li. No. Maybe Boothill. It's Boothill. GG. Here we go again. What kind of song are you in the mood for now? Robin. Just kidding. She only has one song. Welcome to my world. Daily ability? That's Ting Yun Fugue. That's Lingsha. That's an ice character, bro. I don't know who. I've seen this shit. Never mind. It's a fire character. What the fuck? Scorch Onslaught? Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it's probably not like... Is it... I don't think it's... Any of the fire characters I'm thinking of, I don't think it's them. Whatever, I'll just guess like... I don't think it's Himiko, bro. I also don't think it's like Lingsha. Well, could it be... No, Scorch Onslaught. I already guessed Lingsha. Is it Firefly? It could be Firefly, actually. Never mind. This is not a real character. I've never played this character in my fucking life. Who the fuck is this? Yin Yang? Okay. Oh, Fish Out. I mean, not... Sorry. Jiao Cho. Is this Jiao Cho? I think that's his fan. Okay, I was right though. I actually didn't play this guy. This is one of the characters I don't play. So I was right. I was actually right. I think it was like the only banner I skipped. It won't. But hey, guess who's laughing now, bro? Guess who's laughing now? Cypher deleted. Jiao Cho remains. So they were right. Guess who remains, motherfucker? Jiao Cho. Get deleted, loser. You skipped Linkshot? Wrong. I would never skip a woman. Men have had their time. Now it's time for women, bro. Hanya. Alright. Alright, watch this. Shao. Yo, 90 win streak? Oh my god, I'm... Nahita. Catalyst, but pretty late. I don't think it's like Neverlet or Risley. It's after that. So maybe like a Natlan Catalyst? Sidlali? Okay. There's another one? Molani. Whoa. Okay. Yo, thank God I don't have to play Molani this onslaught, bro. The scribe's work is simple. I'll hide them.
The scribe's work is simple.
Which is exactly why I took the position. Low. Daily ability? That's easy, bro. That's Baiju. Oh my, what the fuck? Wait. Lisa. Farina? Wow. I'm too good, bro. Impressive, dude. The healing one, like the passives are the hardest, but I think I've done it so many times that like I know it now. It's ingrained in my mind, bro. Committed to memory. I told you guys I would react to it, and now I'm a man of my word. I no longer break promises. We're gonna watch at least a part of this god-awful abomination that is complete broom guide. Yeah, don't fucking piss me off, bro. And we're gonna watch this before they're in chat, because that'll piss me off. Nobody tell them that we watched it, please, bro. Now, I'm gonna say one thing. Spam joining co-op, cringe. Their gameplay, cringe. Siege win, cringe. The way they type in chat, cringe. Their Their numbers next to their name, cringe. Honestly, cringe. The way they type in chat, cringe. Their numbers next to their name, cringe. Honestly, usually people that spam request to join end up being very parasocial. But for some reason, their editing is fucking peak, so it balances it out. So they went from like initially, this is like the chat hierarchy, okay? Like there's like a tier list, okay? They started like here. Now, bro, like honestly, above average chatter.
You secretly love Broom. We know.
But like, I don't know. Yeah. All humans are created equal, all right? I'm not gonna rank my chatters, but just know that some of you are in the bottom tier. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, let's just watch it. Okay, I watched the first 2 seconds and they mimic my intro and I can't bear to listen to it. It's not their voice. I just can't listen to like myself. I don't know. Whatever.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to my complete and updated Broom.
I will blow my brains out. But it's not you, it's me.
In January of 2025, and she is mainly known for stream sniping the zzalp live stream and being a Sijuan owner. Today we're going to Broom.
I will blow my brains out. But it's not you, it's me.
In January of 2025, and she is mainly known for stream sniping the zzalp live stream and being a Sijuan owner. Today we're going to go over her best artifacts.
Alright, we're gonna skip through this. Yo, I don't need your autobiography, brother.
Are interested.
It is a pretty good impression.
More. Just in time for her 5th Broom compilation. But before we begin, I just want you guys to know that I don't stream most nights on Twitch, and no link in the description, even if you are interested. And without further ado, let's talk about Broom.
Can I say something? Sorry, I don't like saying their name, kind of like Voldemort, because they clip it every time. But why do you have Broom added?
Their name, dude, they are Voldemort.
What do you know your feathers, bro? Delete that creature. They taught me. They what you? They taught me something cool. Oh. It was like hidden tech. It was elite ball knowledge. You wouldn't know. That's the other thing. They're actually, dude, I hate them because they're good at editing. Why would you hate them? Because they're like, bro hates the very... They're the enemy. The very same people that help
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
This community.
Is that what I'm going to say?
You hate that? Yeah.
Never mind.
What does that say? No one can read that. Bring it out. Dude,
yo, that shit is not focused.
Talk's gonna go so good. So hard.
No, man. Yo, how'd you find this?
Talk's gonna go so good. So
So hard.
Cow, May.
Yo, how'd you find this?
Cow, May.
Cow, May.
Yo, what does that say?
Cow,
Oh, it's saying
May.
help me. Wait.
Yo, it says help me.
Oh. Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, I did not see this. What? Wait, what? Was that a sword? I'm playing it again. Was that a sword? It's a broom. Don't say that word around me, bro. It's a sensitive topic. I'm gonna open up my YouTube notifications on stream. Fuck it. Can I go Nevelet team comp with Farina, Zhongli, and Raiden? It's not even that bad, bro. It's not comp with Farina, Zhongli, and Raiden. It's not even that bad, bro. It wasn't even that bad of a team. Why'd you put an ain't no way? It wasn't even that bad, bro. Honestly, okay, Broom, I actually think our beef will stop if whenever I upload a video, I can just hide your comment and like block you from the channel, or you become a paid chatter. Because if like okay, spoiler alert, hopefully this week, but knowing me, that means in like 3 weeks, I'm gonna post like a 1-hour video on the main channel that took like maybe 2 months of editing, okay? And for the video, I paid one third of rent, basically. No, half. No, it's actually in USD, so whatever. It's a big project, bro. You're allowed to not like it, but if all the comments are like, wow, it's so late, I might shed a tear, but I'm not gonna read. And for the video, I paid one third of rent, basically. No, half. No, it's actually in USD, so whatever. It's a big project, bro. You're allowed to not like it, but if all the comments are like, wow, it's so late, editing, okay? And for the video, I paid like, okay, spoiler alert, hopefully this week, but knowing me, that means in like 3 weeks, I'm gonna post like a 1-hour video on the main channel that took like maybe 2 months of editing, okay? And for the video, I paid one third of rent, basically. No, half. No, it's actually in USD, so whatever. It's a big project, bro. You're allowed to not like it, but if all the comments are like, wow, it's so late, I might shed a tear. One third of rent, basically. No, be 2 months of editing, okay? And for the video, I paid one third of rent, basically. No, half. No, it's actually in USD, so whatever. It's a big project, bro. You're allowed to not like it, but if all the comments are like, wow, it's so late, I might shed a tear. But I'm not gonna read the comments, but like, anyways. No, don't say that, bro. Don't gas up Broom, please. Dude, the worst part about that devil is that Broom can edit. Like, they're actually good at editing, and it's fucked because as a person, I see no redeeming qualities, but as an editor, they're good. Oh, I'm blocking my own camera. I need like a hotkey so I can just change my overlay. I don't know. React to the Broom video. I'd rather be shot dead. Love Amen, Ireland brother. matcha. Amen. Broom video. I'd rather be shot dead. Love Amen, Ireland brother. matcha. Amen. Dubai chocolate. 24 karat gold Labubu. They literally made a character with a broom, and this fucker Broom still hasn't leveled her. Oh my god, R1. No. Yo, I know you make bank off these videos. You can get a better weapon than R1 Kid and Crossbeard. Matter of fact, you can upload me watching your video of me. You'll farm even more views. Buy something nice, bro. You can get a better weapon than Kidden R1. God, R1. No. Say it ain't so. I mean, I'm not gonna comment about not wanting to mine. Good. That's actually insane. I'm not gonna comment about not wanting to mine. Good. That's actually insane. Is it a bad take to say in Genshin Impact you can be free to play and that's awesome, or you can be lazy, but being both is difficult? Because example, right? There's great free-to-play weapons, but you do have to mine for them. So if you're Broom and you're both, like, it's okay, but like, I don't know, man. I don't know. No. Say it ain't so. I mean, at least okay, that's good. That's actually insane. That is actually insane. Alright, well, what the hell? Anyways. Yo, Ziox, am I cool? Yeah. Bro says don't be mean to free-to-play players and tells the free-to-play to... Okay, I didn't say it. I didn't know. Wait, are they actually free-to-play? I mean, I still don't feel bad. They have 3 rows of 5 stars, but can't refine a free-to-play weapon. Okay, I actually don't even feel bad about what I said, bro. Play how you want to play casually. That's great. I play like 5 games casually, bro. I'm super casual. And you enjoy Genshin more if you are casual. And that's great. Like, I think you'll have more fun being casual than not being casual. However, I would recommend refining a weapon. It doesn't have to be now. It could be a goal, right? Okay, maybe you get ores from expeditions, right? Like, well, maybe not the Inazuma ones, but like, hey, you know, like on your, like, just work toward. It's just a goal. It's just a goal. You don't have to do it today. It's just a goal. It's just a goal. Sorry. And until you get there, you might get not bullied. But if you know, are putting yourself in the spotlight by spam requesting to join, maybe you will. Maybe they are free to play. But like, okay, there's a battle pass. There's a battle pass. Make fun of them. Oh, I didn't make fun of a free to play player. I'm saved. Career not over. I don't need a notepad apology. I did not make fun of him. I bullied someone who spent money. I'm safe. Deal. Make fun of unlocked. Deal. They're probably low spender though. Because it's only, you know. Dude, please, man. Like, you're actually rage baiting. This actually can't be real. This actually can't be real, bro. Is this what you do in your spare time? I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Daily emoji. Briefcase. The one thing I'll say, though... No. Yes. Usually when I do like this tomfoolery, like co-op or like review it, like this bullshit, it's because like the stream's about to end and I'm tired. So I'm basically like, they're effectively like you know when restaurants have like scraps, like leftover food, like maybe they cut off like a little bit of fat and then they either throw it out or give it away or take it home. That's kind of what these clips are. Like it's kind of like there's like the meat of the stream and then there's like the extra stuff, you know? Can't be real. This actually can't be real, bro. That's kind of mean. No, but then you make it into something great. There's a French dish called pain perdu, okay? And most cultures have one, kind of like bibimbap, which, what does that mean? It means like your leftover shit, you take it, you boom, 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 you make something out of it, right? It means like your leftover shit, you take it, you boom, 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 you make something out of it, right? Kind of like a stir fry, okay? It's like, oh, my bread is going stale. Before it goes stale, let me French toast it up. Let me make some shit with it. This is what you. So it's if anything, it's saving. It's like using every meat of every part of the animal, right? You killed an animal, okay. Now you have to use every part of it, or you're just disgracing it. You don't want to just shoot a chicken and then only eat the fucking. Oh, I only eat the chicken breast. Grow up, bro.
Doing your.
No, it's not burnt. Grow up.
Time. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Daily emoji. Briefcase. All right. Wait, it's not ratio?
Sorry.
What the fuck?
Wait, ice briefcase. Ron May?
Broom. Ah, it's me.
Where did the daily ability daily quote briefcase? Ron May?
Broom. Ah, it's me.
Where did the daily ability daily quote broom again?
No way. We got.
Do you have like a scanner that just scans the stream for whenever I say the fucking B word and then it automatically clips it?
A double broom today. Oh my god, I'm brooming. Okay, let me pee and then we'll do this and then I'll glort. Well, let me let you guys watch something. I need a video that I can play that's not rage bait. Broom. I am not putting out a broom video, bro. You literally couldn't pay me to play a fucking broom video. So broom, I know you're watching. All right, I put on a broom video.
Deserved. I'm rolling another 6. If the second 6, wait, there's too many Zoxes. If I get another 6,
close that tab. Yo, why is the music so loud? Sorry. It's actually kind of peaceful, bro. It's good. We love broom. When I dislike this video. What the hell? When did I dislike it? Sorry, broom. Dude, I peed for so long. It was like a unceasing stream. I did weekly bosses off stream. I think I just didn't do one. I'll just do Arlequino really quick. Let's match. You know what? We'll see who joins. It's gonna be some chatters, but it's fine. I'll do some charity work, carry some chatters. No big deal. Join up, bro. Join up. This is taking. I'm gonna solo. I don't trust this. This is gonna be some loser, bro. I don't trust this. 15 seconds, but it's Look, okay. Am I the leader? I'm not the leader. Please. Press Y. Nah, I think I'm good on this one. I think I'm good on this invite. You might want to farm the cryo one. What does that mean, bro? I mean, honestly, maybe I have enough, bro. And I could ditch this group. Like, I don't really have, like, an emotional attachment with this group. You know what I'm saying? Just one streamer, please? Okay, I'll do one. But I need to play a character that gives me friendship. I don't have to go Skirk, though.
There's too much happening for me to add anything.
What is this team? Honestly, Neffa's not bad here. I'm going Neffa. Wait, we're actually playing a Skirk team. All right, never mind. No, I'll go Skirk. I'll go Skirk. Chill. I'm sorry.
Wait, did you guys see? Skirk had the audacity. Every character in like Amphorius right now is getting like deleted on Twitter, and then it's just Skirk's birthday. Like, she had the audacity to have her birthday while everyone's getting fucking deleted. Hey, she's playing the guitar though. That's pretty cool.
Actually, a team. You know what? Maybe I was too harsh on you, bro. Maybe I judged you too harshly. I'm sorry. Zyox's about to do nothing as Skirk. Dude, what the actually pretty cool. Actually, a team. You know what? Maybe I was too harsh on you, bro. Maybe I judged you too harshly. I'm sorry. Zyox's about to do nothing as Skirk. Dude, what the actual fuck are you talking about?
I'm goated on Skirk.
Dude,
I'm goated on Skirk.
It's so fucking humid here. I actually... Dude, I was gonna die. I am the fucking best Skirk in the world. Can you see me? Actually... Actual fuck are you talking about?
Dude,
I'm goated on Skirk. It's so fucking humid here. I actually... Dude, I was gonna die. I am the fucking best Skirk in the world. Can you see me carry these fucking frauds? Okay, they take 5-4. What the fuck is this? What? Yo. Why is all of my luck going on this garbage? This is not where I want to be lucky. Wait, do you think it was because of broom? Maybe I'm gonna turn a new leaf, bro. Maybe this is like a new era. This is like a new era. Wait, this person's wholesome. Who's? I thought that said Labubu. I don't know what's Tubatu. I thought that was Tubatu. I'm sorry. How did you read Labubu? I don't know, man. My Shao might be the best. You know, I'll look at your Shao. Level 81. I'm already seeing fraud status right here. Jade Spear. That's good. Crown. I mean, a crown normal. I respect it.
K-pop group. Wait, why is it Tubatu? Whatever. I'm too old for this shit.
Maréchaussée Hunter is for fake Shao fans. It's not bad. Don't get me wrong. It's not bad. My free-to-play account built Maréchaussée Shao. I recommend it for like efficiency, but it's not a true Shao lover's best set. No, it's not. Let's look at your pieces. Fraud alert. Flower.
Okay.
Fraud alert.
a true Shao lover's best set. No, it's not. Let's look at your pieces. Fraud alert, flower. Okay. Wait, was that MH? Oh, it is MH. That's fucking crazy. Honestly though, it's stolen valor to go Maréchaussée Hunter on Shao because you're like, no, it's stolen valor to go Maréchaussée Hunter on Shao because you're like, oh, look at how much I suffered to build Shao. No, you didn't, bro. No, you back in my day, I used to have to walk barefoot to go to school. You take the fucking bus and you're like, oh, look at how my feet hurt. No, they don't, bro. No, they don't. Okay, I went through Vermilion and I went through 2piece, and now I'm in Long Night's garbage. And now I'm in Long Night's garbage. They're not gonna. They're not gonna. Okay, let me keep looking. Maybe it was just One Piece, bro. Maybe it was just One Piece. I just want to know their name. Maybe I'll give them a sub. Maybe I'll give them like a cool badge or something. Yeah, this is a flower. I'm not gonna talk about it. It's gonna make me angry. But it's not only 43 crit damage, and you have a crit roll, and you have an ER roll. It's also on the set that wants crit damage. So I have a piece that got like 20 crit rate on the set, which is insane. Why do you have my artifact? Can overcap on crit rate easy, so I don't. I got like 20 crit rate on the set, which is insane. Why do you have my artifact? Can overcap on crit rate easy, so I don't use it that much. But fucking crit damage, it makes me angry. But I mean, good for you. I mean, good feather. Pretty good sands. Good goblet, but actually, wait, a little bit of self glazing. Everyone's Pepe Wing this piece. Actually, no one did except myself. But I think I actually have a better one. So 43 plus 3.5. I mean, the crit value is gonna be higher on that one, right? But if we look at mine, right? Obviously, this one's incredible, even though it's crit rate, but this one, right? If we look at mine, right? Obviously, this one's incredible, even though it's crit rate, but this one, right? 32, but then there's also a crit rate roll, and then there's attack and ER. So the crit value might be slightly lower, but it's the same amount of rolls plus attack, so it's an extra roll. So yeah, get cooked, buddy. 3 crit damage, and you have a crit roll, and you have an ER roll. It's also on the set that wants crit damage. So I have a piece that got like 20 crit rate on the set, which is insane, but it can overcap on crit rate easy, so I don't use it that much. But fucking crit damage, it makes me angry. But I mean, good for you. I mean, good feather. Pretty good sands. Good goblet, but like for off there, but fucking crit damage, it makes me angry. But I mean, good for you. I mean, good feather. Pretty good sands. Good goblet, but like for offset, you might want a better substat distribution if you're trying to be the best Shao. So obviously this is gonna be a good Shao. It is. Is it better than mine? No. What's ear of rice? What is it better than mine? No. What's ear of rice? What? I don't know what it's ear not of even rice a, is. Dude, it's not like a real emote, Maybe everything bro. looks like corn because I'm American. Oh, this person. I actually feel bad for Diana because I don't think they know. Like, I think the other 2 people are chatters, and Diana's just like a normal co-op person. And I feel bad. Diana's just a normal person caught in the crossfire. I'll do another boss. I don't even need another boss, but I'll do. Let me look at their Kazuha. Wait, crit. Wait, this is Kritzua. I mean, that's respectable. What the hell? It's like a 2021 build.
I don't know why, dude. Lo-Fi looks so ugly on Kazuha. It honestly looks ugly on almost everyone.
But I'll do. Let me look at their Kazuha.
Look at this shit, bro. Shit does not match at all.
Wait, crit. Wait, this is Kritzua. I mean, that's respectable. What the hell? It's like a 2021 build.
Honestly, isn't it kind of ugly on Alhaitham too? Like, it doesn't even fucking match him. Am I blind? It doesn't even match him. Bro, what?
I don't have it unlocked. Bro, what the hell? They even did the Aranara smile. How do you not, bro? You were in my chat fucking full time and you don't have a boss unlock?
I'm not reading that. Look, let me give you guys another reason why I say the things I say and I don't feel bad. If you're in my stream 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can mine for your Catane refinements as you watch. It's not like, oh no, I'm out, I have a life. No.
幻よ。壁のあたりにいる。再現できるかはわからないけど、やってみるわ。
サラはここにいた。けれど裂け目を通って別の場所に行ってしまったんだ。
これがかつてあった扉。サラが見に行ってみる？あの向こうがマインドリーダーの巣かもしれないよ。どこに通じてようと調べないわけにはいかないね。サラの手がかりがあるならなおさらだよ。あいつがいる限り三将会の脅威は消えないんだから。 そうよね。私も一緒に行くわ。
てっきりこれでしまいかと思ってたが、まだ黒幕が嫌がるんだな。俺も行くぜ。
この万学、ここに残り。眉と人々を守ろう。安心して行くがよい。ザオ殿らには我が輩から伝えておくゆえ。
じゃあ行こう。過去の扉の向こう側確かめているんだから。
ここもラマニアンホローなのか。こんな場所は初めて見るな。
永比地区のマップデータと照合。ここは使われなくなった航空宇宙試験場だと考えられます。最後に人類の活動が記録されたのは旧都陥落前です。
ってことはここ10年以上も放置されてたの？どう
だろう。少なくともサラはここに来ていたはずだ。
ここはとっても静かだわ。人影もほとんどないし、こんなにみんなの見分けがつくのは初めて。
じゃあ私は誰でしょう？
デュラハンに化けたヨマの語り部ちゃん。
正解！さすがいちごパフェ。
やめろよ偽デュラハン。そんなことよか。なんかここ変じゃないっすか。
デュラハン今お手手がすっごく痛いってことしかわかんない。
マナト君の言う通りだな。ここは屋外のはずだ。やけに暗いけれど、もう夜だったか？
夜じゃないよ。ここはいつもこんな感じ。子供流 リシアじゃん。どっから出てきたの？まだ消えてなかったんだ。リシアはどこにでもいるよ。だってそれがかくれんぼだもん。ここにいるの？モスは負けたの？そうだよ。夢すがりたちはみんな帰っちゃったの。エーテルの海にね。私、夢すがりって名前嫌い。リシアは音と遊びたいだけなのに。音と遊ぶってワンダリングハンターと遊んでるの？うん。私今、音とかくれんぼしてるの。街で遊び疲れたら、鈴を鳴らせば音が迎えに来てくれるから。この前リンに会った時も、リシアたち遊んでたんだ。初めて街で見かけた時だよね。全然遊んでるようには見えなかったけどな。あ、それとイドリーもね、時々変なとこで寝てて危ないからお父が町へ返してあげてるんだよ。 そうだったの。気を失うたびに行動ねえ、どうしてワンダリングハンターのこと音をって呼んでるの？知りたい？じゃあリュシアとかくれんぼね。見つけられたら教えてあげる。待って。
これは数え歌。
子供のリュシアが歌っているようだ。
本当に私たちとかくれんぼしたいんだね。歌声の方に進もう。以前誰かがここに来ているわ。サラではないみたいだけど。
幻が見えるのか？
ええ、どうやら軍の関係者みたいね。この幻、顔ははっきり見えないけど声が。お知り合い？そうかも。ここにマインドリーダーがいるかもしれない。そう。じゃあ一緒に探しましょう。今モナコくん、私の番ね。じゃあ行くんで。リシア、ここにも幻がいるわ。
これは試験場の安全装置か。開ける方法を探してみよう。
あの人たちもゲートを開ける方法を探していたのかもしれないわ。あの人たちって？ええ、あそこに。
この歌声は近くにいるようだね。
幻の顔、やっぱはっきりとしねえな。
私が見た通りに再現されるの。じゃあ私たちもこんな感じに見えてるの？ええ、リン以外はね。そうなんだ。それは光栄かも。行くんボンって叩くだけ。じゃあ準備はいいかしら。行くん
エーテリアスがあちこちにいるな。サラは本当に来るのか？
平気、きっと当てるわ。手痛い一撃が来るわ。おやすみなさい。結末は決まっている。
歌詞もメロディーも変わった。
もうすぐ歌が終わるから。
この歌を知っているのかい？
多分昔お父さんとかくれんぼした時に歌ってたんだろうな。どうしたの？具合。
ただ幻を再現するのがどんどん。
それっていいことじゃない？イドリーの力が正常に戻りつつあるってことだもん。宮妻の影響もあとちょっとで完全に消えそうだね。
でもこの力のせいでみんなに迷惑をかけてきたでしょ。それがようやく役に立つ時が来たのに、なんだか悔しくって。
そんなことないって。イドちゃんはもうたくさんの人を助けて。
ありがとうリシアちゃん。でも私もう少しだけ頑張ってみたいの。この物語だけはちゃんと最初から最後まで君に見せてあげたいから。
そっか。ねえ、なんでルシアを探してくれないの？途中でやめちゃうなんてズルだよ。私ズルする人嫌い。待って、聞きたいことがあるの。あのさ、私たちお友達になろうよ。もちろんワンダリングハンターも一緒に。どうしてエーテリアスとお友達になりたいの？それはなんて言えばいいかわかんないけど、戦うだけじゃない気がしてるんだ、私たちの関わり方って。そうやって人と違うことばっかしてるとどんどん寂しくなっちゃうよ。平気だよ。そんなことくらいで見限ったりしない友達がもう私にはいるから。たくさんいるわけじゃないけど、私は十分満足してる。ならリシアたちもいらないじゃん。あんまり欲しい欲しいしてると本当のお友達もいなくなっちゃうよ。かくれんぼの続きね。待
って。おいリュシア、ちくしょう、追っかけていっちまいやがった。あいつ。
私たちも追いかけよう。
かなり足が速いな。
どっちのリュシアのことっすか？
どちらもだな。
またあの兵士の幻。今度は彼一人みたいだけど。
あんな状態でまだ進むのか。リュシアだ。リュシア。
ここまで来たら歌声が消えたの。
ここにも幻が見えるわ。私が
大丈夫？無理しないで。
大丈夫。一緒に探すって約束したもの。もう
幻の君も本当に可愛いんだな。リシア、すまない。
歌声がさっき通ったドアの方から聞こえるぞ。
なら行ってみよう。
リシア。
絶対に開ける方法を見つけるよ。そういうことだったんだ。あの子は私の夢すがりじゃなくてお父の。お父はずっと
ごめんなさい。再現すべきではなかったのかもしれないわ。
そんなことない。むしろ感謝してるよ。やっとマインドリーダーを見つけられてすっきりした。
彼と向き合う覚悟ができたの？
ずっと待っててくれたんだもん。かくれんぼはまだ終わってない。会いに来たよ、お父。
リシアちゃん、こいつは私が。
ガキのリュシアだ。
ワンダリングハンターがいないな。
近くにいるはずだけど。もう隠れるとこなくなっちゃった。嬉しくないの？本当にすごいんだよ。ねえみんな、やっぱ戦わないって言うのはダメかな。私たちはたまたまばったり会っただけ。それ以上でも以下でもないって感じで。
リュシアちゃんがそうしたいなら。
昔日の丘の連中にワンダリングハンターが手出さねえってんなら俺も別にいいぜ。
私がここにいる目的はサラだから。それ以外のことはみんなに委ねるよ。ほら、みんなこう言ってくれてるし、私たち戦う必要なんてないんだからさ。君もずっとここに。ルシア、遊び疲れちゃった。私もお父もクタクタ。あと1回だけ遊んだら帰っておねんねする。そっか。 帰っちゃうんだ。悲しいの？なんで？おばあが言ってたよ。エーテリアスは死なないって。エーテルになってエーテルの海に帰るの。夢を通してエーテルの海につながって遠くへ行っちゃった大切な人ともまた会えるでしょ。だからルシアたちが帰っちゃったの。おっきなルシアは夢でおとうに会えるよ。いっぱいお話ししたいんでしょ。 渡す人なんか大嫌いだもん。見てなよ。今度こそちゃんと捕まえてやる。最後のかくれんぼだよ。みんなで楽しく遊ぼう。場所が悪かったかな。もっと遊ぼうよ。もっともっと。ずっと弟と2人だったからみんなで遊ぶのは初めてなの。
頭を冷やしましょう。
倍になれ。
疲れちゃったみたい。
氷のベッドで寝かしつけてあげる。
悲しい顔しないで楽しく遊ぼう。もう一回だけ一緒に遊んで。これでいいんだね。
よし、まだ
一つ星を二つ星を 爪はどこでしょう。見つけた。大きくなったねって。それとね、ごめんよリシア。見届けてやれなくて。音を。行っちゃった。やっと来てくれたばっかりなのに。
リュシアちゃん。
ごめんね。ちょっとだけ一人になっていい？
今は
じゃあ私たちは先に進んでるね。何かあったら絶対呼んで。
道があることには違いねえけど、どこに続いてんのかはさっぱりだな。
道端にサラの幻が見えた。変ね。知らない人も一緒みたいだわ。
まだ再現できる？ダメならダメで全然いいから無理はしないでね。
大丈夫。行きましょう。あと少しだもの。まだ頑張れる。
と大兄弟子？なんでこんなところに？
まだ彼らの幻があるわ。見てみましょう。
どうしたのかしら？ 後ろからは誰も来ないわ。イドリーは長く持たないでしょうし、あの扉ももうすぐ消えて。い
え、必ず彼らが来ます。心配性な僕の師匠と読めない妹でし、人が彼らとはもうすぐ会える、そんな予感がします。
行き止まりだな。
エーテルの裂け目を通っていったのは
けど通れる裂け目は見当た
周期性のあるエーテル波動を検出。変動周期は約30日から90日の間です。
波動に周期性があるということは、つまり次に裂け目ができるまで時間がかかるのか。なら今は目印だけつけて、また今度見に来ようか。
そういうことなら。
戻ってきたわね。ここへ。
まさかまだ声が聞こえる？
うん、大丈夫。今度こそきっと出られるわ。
さあ行こう。 探してた人が見つかったならいいけど。
眉の中にいた連中は
みんな無事だよ。ダイヤちゃんと万学先生がお世話してくれてるから。あとは君たちだけだったの。あと1時間経って出てこなかったら、ザオちゃん追加で捜索部隊を派遣するとこだったんだから。およ、はじめましての人がいるね。君がイドリ？
イドリ？誰が誰だかわかんないとか違うの。フォローを出たからもうなんともないわ。ただ見入っちゃって、ヨマの語り部に改ままる。二人ともハンドルネームの通りだなって。
なんともないな。よかったよ。
俺らはともかくイドリーさんがイチゴパフェってのはどうなんだよ。あんまらしくねえっつうか。
はいはい、とにかくみんな無事でよかったよ。この任務がうまくいったのはみんなのおかげだから、今日はゆっくり休んで。またヤムチャ船の個室を取っておくから、改めてお礼をさせてね。 それとりんちゃん、貸してた工事の箱は置いていってね。
そうだ、イドリーさん、今晩泊まれる場所はあんのか？もしねえならゆずはに頼んでみろよ。
そうね。リシアちゃんはどこに泊まるの？
私夜は寝ないから基本宿なしなんだよね。あ、でもテントならあるよ。井戸ちゃんも一緒に寝っ転がる？
あら、いいじゃない。ちょうどマインドリーダーのお話もしたかったし。
そうじゃん、そうじゃん。今回はいろいろ助けてもらっちゃったし、次は私が井戸ちゃんのマインドリーダーを探すお手伝いするね。
それじゃあリン、僕は先に落ちるよ。適当感で待っている。からね。
何から何まで本当にありがとう、リン。
もちろん。 サク？どうしたの？おしし、何してんの？待って、なんかすっごいデジャブ。やっぱり！いいですか？大きくてふわふわの尻尾に栗色の長い髪を赤い飾り紐で結んでる子がいたらこう呼ぶんですよ。姉弟子？今なんて言った？それは姉弟子と私の妹弟子？平常心、平常心。ちょっと取り乱しただけだから。大丈夫、姉弟子さん。平常心、平常心。先輩にそう呼んであげてって言われたんだけど、何か間違ってたかな？何にも間違ってない。姉弟子ね。ちょっとしたお散歩のつもりだったけど、いつの間にかそんなことになってるなんて。私、楊春子。あなたは？私は凛だよ。こほん。それじゃあ凛、いい？これから私のことは春子先輩って呼びなさいよね。あ、でも待って。シンプルに姉弟子も捨てがたいかも。どうしよう。 実はさらに弟弟子もいるんだけど、呼んでこよっか。そうなんだ。でも私そろそろ行かなきゃいけないの。今夜のこと師匠には言っちゃダメだからね。わかったよ、姉弟子さん。もう、どうしたの？私たち前にどこかで会ってないわよね。どうだろう。私さ、まあいいわ。なんとなくまたすぐに会う気がするけどね。それじゃ。
リン、今の物音は何だい？
Homelander blowing out his cheeks is a very strong visual example of how memes change their subject matter over time as they get shared around, downloaded, and re-uploaded. Every time an artist sees Homelander blowing air or puffing his cheeks, they download the image and edit it to be just a little bit bigger until you end up with an absolute monstrosity. After all, Homelander has been a strong contender of a character that has managed to stay in digital culture for many years, given his prevalence as a popular iteration of an evil superhero from The Boys. Homelander edits have always been a popular aspect of digital culture, and as such, it's not surprising to see him popping up again in 2025, as the clip in which he originally blew out his cheeks aired in 2022. It saw strong success at the time, and still is popular, but it wasn't until 2025 that the internet would see it re-enter the ecosystem as an icon of body horror almost on par with the Giga Chad trend. Just as the 2010s saw the idea of a Chad archetype become more cartoonishly more and more muscled, chiseled and tall, so too has the 2020s seen Homelander become cartoonishly more and more blowing his cheeks out. Often, an image of Homelander will also be paired with the words, "It's going to be a long year," suggesting the idea that whatever content the picture finds itself sitting next to is exhausting. As 2025 continues to pump out ridiculous moment after ridiculous moment and brain rot, it does genuinely feel like the year has been an incredibly long one, with all sorts of wild and wonderful moments, as well as memes, cropping up. It could be argued that the fact that Homelander is getting more monstrous in the process parallels the severity and strangeness of not only the abstract content he is often placed next to as a reaction piece, but also the real-world news coming to everyone's screens. Meanwhile, perhaps the depiction of Homelander as a goofy weirdo with big cheeks also serves to disarm the dangerous aura he once previously served. There was a time online when it seemed like a lot of people genuinely liked Homelander as a villain, as he was positioned as a Sigma male, despite the story he's involved in often depicting him as a pathetic weirdo. However, he's now often represented as a silly dude who puffs his cheeks out and becomes increasingly ridiculous to look at. In short, Homelander blowing air and puffing his cheeks out is a strong example of how memes can evolve over a number of years, in the sense that initial clips simply took footage from the show and used that to convey a message, whilst now artists have re-uploaded it so many times that Homelander has become monstrous yet goofy, paralleling his character direction in The Boys. What meme would you guys like me to give a lesson in next? Let me know in the comments below.
And remember,
顔はメイクしないのかって？いや、白塗りとか絶対嫌なんで。悪かねえけど包帯が青ってのは、いや、なんでもねえっす。俺はまだまだ強くなれる。そう焦んな。あいつの格好してるからって中身まで夢すがりになるわけじゃねえんだろ。
句点に登らん。風に乗るとしよう。
文学の技を見せてやる。
そんなものか。句点に登らん。風に乗るとしよう。
弟子も見せ場が欲しいんだ。
くらえ。句点に登らん。はっ。風に乗るとしよう。はっはっ。 私が来た。
ふんふんにお任せです。
避ける。風に乗るとしよう。邪魔くさいやつだ。引用創生。邪水滅殺。神秘集結。風に乗るとしよう。
おじさん、
私が来た。そんなものか。 天に昇らん。はっはっ危険だ。くらえ。風に乗るとしよう。はっはっ九天に昇らん。ここだ。どうとせい。はい、もはや名数は尽きた。はっ風に乗るとしよう。
文学の技一丁強火でいったガッハハ新決火力を上げよう。上げる。しましょ
人形合一。九天に昇らん。はっ
弟子も見せます。
私が来た。
修行の成果をそこ目ですよ。
そんなものか。
好き勝手はさせない。
どうとせい。生徒だ。 風に乗るとしよう。はっはっ天に昇らん。 風に乗るとしよう。句点に登らん。風に乗るとしよう。はっ。天に登らん。 風に乗るとしよう。気をつけろ。そこだ。早手のごとく。くらえ。引用創生。散れ。天に昇らん。そんなものか。
手合わせといこう。
私が来た。くらえ。
顔はメイクしないのかって。いや、白塗りとか絶対嫌なんで。悪かねえけど包帯が青ってのは、いや、なんでもねえっす。
いいところに来たな。ちょうど今、みやびが対フォロー行動部から重要な情報を持ってきたんだそうだ。誰か役に立つ意見を述べてくれると助かる。
プロ棋士がここで修行をしていると聞いたのでな。ここのフォローにも詳しいだろうと、公務の合間に来た次第だ。司祭は先んじてイーシェン殿に連絡しておくと柳から聞いているが。
ああ、お前さんとこの副課長は詳しいファイルまでつけてくれたぞ。なかなかの仕事ぶりだな。うちの夫婦もいつか同じくらい立派に育てば。いや、なんでもない。
司祭は先んじてイーシェン殿に連絡しておくと柳から聞いているが。
対フォロー行動部の情報によれば、最近のラマニアンフォローとプルセナスフォローにおける異変により、それらと0号フォローの強制フォローに大型の空間の裂け目が発生し、特性が異なるエーテルが流れ込んでるらしい。それにより強制フォローは急速に拡大。内部もまた複数のフォローの異常な状況が組み合わさったことから、非常に複雑で対処しづらくなっただそうだ。
つまりフォローの特性や規模がわからないけど、できるだけ少ないリソースを使ってなるはやで問題を解決してってことか。お兄ちゃんどう思う？ マスター、あなた様の唯一の筆頭助手としてフェアリーはその他同僚が発言する前に実行可能なプランを随時提供できます。現在の情報を分析した結果、フォロー、エーテリアス並びに関連エージェントのデータサンプルを十分に集めれば、正確なシステムシミュレーションを通して想定される全てのケースを算出できます。マスターは模擬演算システムにて重要な判断を下し、その最終結果に基づいて最適な対策プランを導き出すことができます。
ナイスアイデア。そうしよ
う。コマンドを受信しました。筆頭助手としての地位を固めた私は、より効率的なアルゴリズムを適用し、関連システムプロセスの構築を即座に開始しますので、ご準備を。
その顔を見るに方向は決まったようだな。
ならば任せたぞ、プロ騎士。私は付近で強制フォローを調査する修行をしている。何かあればいつでも連絡をくれ。
マスター、模擬演算システムの構築が完了しました。データの転送がスムーズに行われるよう、転送中は一部の映画のダウンロードを一時停止しました。中には AI からのマスターへの献身に疑いを持たせる内容の SF 映画も含まれています。これでも助手2号に悪用される恐れはありません。
残念。バレてしまったか。
安心してフェアリー、あんたは世界で一番の AI だって私はずっと思ってるからね。賞賛のコマンドを受信。フェアリーの重要性をリマインドするため、月末の電気料金請求時に再生する慰めボイスに登録しました。またマスターに改めてお伝えします。私の目標はマスターにとって最高の筆頭助手になることです。もう一つスケジュールに関する通知が1件。これよりマスターは新たに部屋に設置された模擬演算システムを使い、強制フォローの拡大を阻止するためのプランを共に策定できます。
温存してください。配置する正面作戦弾道を計算中。チャンス。ご自宅に左手天下の代償よ。今よ。ご自宅に
私はこの道義を貫き通す。ジョアフ謀反。月城出動。ご飯を当てる。私はこの道義を貫き通す。私はこの道義を貫き通す。ジョアフ謀反。お疲れ様です。私だってややこうえいちやさはっはい見せて追撃します。この木を逃さず。この刀に誓おう。やっね。そろそろ怒りますね。意味な私です。はい
この場で処罰します。即在即決。お疲れ様です課長。見切った。再戦と行こう。攻撃速攻。この歌を世界に捧げるわ。即在即決。アク直ジャンプ。コーン執行です。心身一致。受けて立つ。刀はもうファイア。邪魔だ。勝負あり。この気を逃さん。勝利を上となし。動乱はこれに次ぐ。刀はもうファイア。追撃します。ロッカーに肌なし。報いよ。終わりだ。見切った。私の歌がついてるわ。即在即決。 テルサイト起動。甘くれた対象よ。今よ。自動自宅で体勢が崩れた。甘くれた代償よ。変流の修正を行います。いい戦術、絶対に引かない。今よ。隙をつかめあります。迷いは敵です。逃がさない。敵に注意。自動自覚で。すべて増大変。あちゃパイプ見せる。やっ用心しろ。刀はもう返す。終わり。勝利を上となし、狂乱はこれに次ぐ。運命に見せ場でこの場で処罰します。即座即決。息つく暇も与えます。心身一如。
真っ赤に燃えて生えしからこら
悪いが誰も通さない。守るため全て排除する。
この拳に誓ってうせろ。
精密攻撃執行。
いただきだ。
出口は全て封じた。セキュリティに穴はない。私こそ貴様にとっての終点。近くからだ。
倒れんな。
エンブス
私から目を離さないで。
後始末なんてどうしようもない。
目に焼き付けろ。一気当選。
ショーの手間待ちやる。
いただきだ。
この歌を世界に捧げるわ。
悪いが誰も通さない。
その面に価値があるか。
この視線をくぐれる者はいない。
隙だらけだ。
音楽を作る。
直ジャンプロッカーに肌なした報いよ刀はもう鞘我修羅にもなろうじゃあイエイ頭角登場この場で処罰します即外即決出口は全て封じたセキュリティに穴はないこの視線をくぐれる者はいない
動いて隙を作るあります修正弾丸は風と一つに最大出力敵は疲弊しています。行きますよ、隊長。逃がさない。狙撃の心情は一撃必殺。速攻です。狙いません。逃がさない。タイムフィールドの信念ご覧あれなのだわ。
戦場と台所どっちにお呼びだ？人は強し、飯はうまし。もつ炒めでもどうだ？ 戦場と台所、どっちにお呼びだ？
私は勝者に尻尾を振るのさ。
支援レディーエーテルスイート起動。
私は勝者に尻尾を振るのさ。
タイムフィールドの信念ご覧あるなのだわ。
私は勝者に尻尾を振るのさ。欲しいのは情報かい？それとも私？ とせい生徒バック刀はもう痛いわパイプ見せる勝利を上となし闘乱はこれに次ぐロッカーに肌なしたい報いよそろそろそろそろ時は
先陣を切ろう。
もはやメス数は尽きた。どうとせえ。メークル。 水滅殺。蘇生散れ獣王の背合わせ神経がたぎる道と生と学両親を共に滅すはい時は両親を共に滅すね、もはや名数は尽きた 実愛なるべし。重合の背合わせ。虚実愛なるべし。道と生、生と学。任用創生。知れ。緩めません。返してみせる。あ、直、ジャンプ。そろそろ怒りますね。刀はもうはい。の背合わせ。もはや名数はつくか。 変か。どうぞせい。はい。人形防衛。手当てのごとく。多いぞ。邪魔くさいやつだ。虚実愛なるべき。この刀に誓おう。どっかにまだなった報いよ。これが音楽の魔法、先生必勝。天網開会。勝利を上となし、狂乱はこれに次ぐ。私の歌がついてるわ。天網開会。新進一門。一等無縁。 もはや名数は尽きた。
勝利を上となし、狂乱はこれに次ぐ。刀は
勝利を上となし騒乱はこれに次ぐ刀を終わりだ。どっかに肌なった行くよ。この刀に誓おう。終わりだ。雪の静か成長止水。あなたの魂に届け。そろそろ怒りますね。パエト王様、ビビアンと海に行くのです。
はや名数は尽きた。引用創生ね引用合早手のごとくもはや名数は尽きた。 数は尽きた。どうとせい。めくる。どうとせい。生徒だ。邪水滅殺。神経がたぎる。大なるべき両親を共に滅す。邪水滅殺。 とせ生徒だ進化集結創生もはや名数は尽きた勝利を上となし狂乱はこれに次ぐ刀はもう鞘だ心身一に雪の静か戦慄にひれ伏す時一撃で制しますこの歌を世界に捧げるわ天網開会一等上刀はもうこの刀に誓おうそろそろ怒りますよ刀はもう鞘だ影響止水天網開会
Sussy Baka Sam Cedar, who like 3, 4 or 5 years or so before rebranding himself as like a progressive anti-imperialist type, at least ostensibly, he's obviously